Greetings everyone. This is Fiction Blue. Prepare yourselves for Harry found a hidden James Potter vault key at age 6 and withdrew every stolen galleon before Dumbledore noticed. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The floorboard. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like old dust and something that might have once been a mouse. Harry had stopped minding the smell a long time ago, the same way he'd stopped minding the single thin blanket, the shelf that pressed into his ribs when he rolled over in his sleep, and the way the water pipes knocked against the wall at 2:30 every morning like they were trying to get in. He was 6 years old, and the cupboard was his room. This was simply how things were. Outside, Dudley was thundering up and down the hallway on the new bicycle Uncle Vernon had bought him for no particular reason, which meant Aunt Petunia was in a mood because the bicycle was leaving marks on the hardwood floor, which meant she was going to need someone to be angry at who wasn't Dudley. Harry had been in the cupboard since 3:30. It was now, based on the quality of the light coming through the slats in the door, somewhere around 6 in the evening. He wasn't crying. He hadn't been crying since he was 4. Not because he'd decided not to, he just seemed to have run out. He was thinking instead, which was something Aunt Petunia disliked almost as much as his crying. "Don't think you're clever, boy." She said it like cleverness was something he'd stolen from someone more deserving. Maybe in her mind it was. Dudley got new shoes every month and couldn't remember how to spell his own middle name, and Harry had read every textbook from the school library twice because there was nothing else to do, and the school librarian, Mrs. Albright, had given him a look once like she felt sorry for him but couldn't quite do anything about it, which was the way most adults looked at him. He shifted on the thin mattress, trying to find a position where the shelf wasn't threatening to puncture his kidney, and his heel connected with the floorboard in the far corner of the cupboard. It moved. Not much. 1/4 of an inch, maybe. A small, soft give that was entirely different from the way the surrounding board sat flat and firm and immovable. Harry went still in that way he developed, the way he went still when he was listening for footsteps overhead, every muscle quiet, his breathing almost nothing. He prodded it again with his heel. There it was again. That give. That small yielding, like the board wasn't quite fastened to anything beneath it. Harry turned around in the cramped space, which required an undignified bit of maneuvering, and got his fingers on the edge of the board. It was a short section, maybe 8 inches long, tucked right into the corner where the stairs above angled down and the wall met the floor. He'd slept 3 feet from it for as long as he could remember and never noticed. Of course he hadn't. He slept on his side with his back to that corner because the shelf on the other side of the mattress was colder. He pulled. The board came up with a sound like a small, satisfied exhale, and Harry sat there in the dim cupboard light staring at the space beneath it. It wasn't deep, maybe 4 inches between the floorboard and whatever subfloor lay below. But 4 inches was enough. Nestled in the gap, wrapped loosely in what had once been a piece of dark red cloth and was now mostly dust held in the approximate shape of cloth, were 2 things. The first was a key. It was small, ornate, made of a dull gold bronze metal, with a head shaped like a running stag. Not a printed stag, not an engraving, a 3-dimensional figure, tiny and perfect, mid-stride, head turned slightly as if it had heard something. The teeth of the key were strange, irregular, some longer than others in a pattern that didn't look random at all. It felt heavy for its size when Harry picked it up, warm in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of the cupboard. The second was a journal. It was small enough to fit in 2 hands. The cover was dark brown leather, worn to near black at the corners, with no title on the front. The spine had been repaired with what looked like ordinary electrical tape, which struck Harry as odd in a way he couldn't articulate yet. A wrongness about the repair that he'd understand much later, when he learned that magic tended to take care of things that mattered to magical people, and ordinary electrical tape meant that whoever had repaired this had been somewhere magic couldn't reach them. He picked up the journal. It fell open of its own accord. That was the first impossible thing. The second was that the page it opened to was blank, but only for a moment. Then, slowly, in handwriting that was a little too tall, a little too sideways, with letters that leaned forward like they were in a hurry, words appeared. "Hello, Harry." He stared at them. They didn't disappear. They sat there on the yellowed page, patient and slightly crooked, like they'd been waiting. Harry was 6, and he had read every book in the school library twice, and he was not, as far as he knew, a boy who hallucinated words appearing on pages. He was, on the other hand, a boy who had once accidentally appeared on the school roof when he was running from Dudley's gang, and who had once turned his teacher's hair blue by accident during a math lesson, and who had, on one very bad evening last Christmas, made the glass of Dudley's bedroom window crack down the middle without touching it. He put these facts alongside the appearing words and reached the only sensible conclusion available to a 6-year-old who had spent a lot of time thinking. Something unusual was happening, and the smart response was not to panic but to gather information. He picked up the pencil he kept behind the shelf for doing homework and wrote under the words, carefully, "Hello. Who are you?" Nothing happened for a moment. Then the ink moved again, the letters forming with that same impatient forward lean. "My name is James. James Potter. And if you're reading this, if you found the key and the journal both, which means the charm on the floorboard worked the way it was supposed to, then you're my son, and you're old enough for me to start worrying about you." Harry read this 3 times. He wrote, "My dad is dead." "Yes," the journal wrote back. "I know. I'm a memory, not a ghost, don't worry about the specifics yet. What you need to understand right now is that the key you found belongs to you. It's the key to a vault that also belongs to you. And there are people who don't want you to know either of those things." Harry looked at the key in his other hand, at the small running stag. He pressed his thumb against it and felt the warmth again, more insistent this time, like the metal recognized his touch. He wrote, "What kind of vault?" "A Gringotts vault," the journal said. "Gringotts is a bank. It's in London. I don't expect you to know about it yet, the Dursleys wouldn't have told you, and that's part of what I need to explain. Harry. Everything I write in this journal is true. I know that's a strange thing to put in writing, but I need you to believe it before we go any further, because what I'm going to tell you is going to sound impossible, and you're going to have to decide very quickly whether you trust me." Harry considered this. The writing felt different from anything he'd read in his textbooks or in the library. It felt like someone, the way a person's speaking voice felt like them. There was something in the slight impatience of the handwriting, the way it didn't over-explain, that made him feel oddly calm. He wrote, "Tell me." And James Potter's journal, written sometime before November 1, 1981, charmed with the last large piece of magic its author ever cast, began to speak. It talked for what must have been 2 hours. Harry wrote his questions in the margins and between the lines, and the journal answered them, and outside Dudley's bicycle clattered against the hallway wall and Aunt Petunia's voice went sharp and then quiet and Uncle Vernon's car pulled into the drive, and Harry heard none of it. The journal told him about magic, not the watered down, be careful don't embarrass the family way he'd felt it, but magic as a real thing with rules and history, magic as the world he'd been born into and taken from. It told him about Hogwarts, about Gringotts, about the war, in terms precise enough to understand but not so detailed as to overwhelm. James's voice, even through ink on a page, knew how to read a room. Then it told him the rest. The Potter family vault, not the one the Dursleys might know about, if anyone bothered to tell them anything, which I doubt, is Vault 687. It contains the majority of the Potter family's wealth, property documents, heirlooms, artifacts, and an archive of your mother's research. It was sealed when I died. Under wizarding law, it should have been unsealed by the reading of my will within 30 days. My will named you as the sole heir. It named Sirius Black as your guardian, not Petunia Dursley, who I want to be honest with you, Harry, I never trusted with a goldfish, let alone my son. The will was never read. I don't know exactly how that was managed, memory charms are possible, legal tampering, simple administrative pressure from someone with enough authority that no one thought to question it. What I know is that I set up the journal charm precisely because I was afraid of exactly this scenario. I wasn't afraid of dying, I was afraid that if something happened to both your mother and me, the people who wanted to make your choices for you would do exactly that, and you'd never know otherwise. The key opens Vault 687. Only a Potter by blood can use it, it won't work for anyone else, no matter what they try. It's been there under that floorboard since before you were born. I put it there myself, at a time when I already had some reason to worry. Harry had read all of this very carefully. Then he'd written, "Who didn't want me to know?" The journal paused, not long, but a beat that felt almost reluctant. His name is Albus Dumbledore. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts. He's also the most powerful wizard in Britain, possibly the world, and he's a man who is absolutely, completely, utterly convinced that he knows best, and he might even be right about most things. But he's wrong about this. And I want you to understand something, because it's important. He didn't do it because he hates you. He did it because he thinks controlling your circumstances means he can control your destiny, and he thinks your destiny is too important to leave in your own hands. That's the most dangerous kind of person, Harry. Not the one who wants to hurt you. The one who wants to help you so much that they forget to ask whether you want the help. Harry had sat with that for a long moment. Then he'd written, "He put me with the Dursleys." Yes. And took the vault. He sealed it from your access and ensured you had no knowledge of its existence. I imagine he fully intends to tell you everything when he decides the time is right. Which is the problem. He gets to decide. Harry looked at the key in his palm. The stag looked back at him, mid-stride, going somewhere. He wrote, "How do I get to Gringotts?" And the journal, for the first time in 2 hours of serious magical revelation, did something that surprised him completely. It laughed. Or at least, that was the only word for the way the handwriting changed for just a moment, looser, warmer, the letters rocking slightly sideways before settling back. That, it wrote, is exactly the right question. You're 6 years old and you're already asking the right question. God, you're mine. Harry felt something in his chest do a complicated thing. He pressed his hand flat against the page and held it there for a moment, like he was checking for a heartbeat. Then he turned to a fresh page and wrote, "Tell me everything I need to know." The next morning was a Saturday. Uncle Vernon slept late on Saturdays. Aunt Petunia made Dudley his special breakfast, bacon, eggs, toast, small sausages arranged in a little circle, which was normal and boring and exactly what Harry needed it to be, because normal and boring meant nobody was paying attention to him. He did the washing up without being asked, which made Aunt Petunia narrow her eyes at him, but the narrowing was suspicious rather than hostile, and she turned back to the kitchen window and her cup of tea. Harry went back to his cupboard and reopened the journal. "I need to understand what Gringotts is," he wrote. "Before I try to go." Gringotts is run by goblins, the journal wrote, and Harry could feel the shift in the writing, James settling into explanation mode, less emotional now, more practical. Goblins are not humans. They don't think like humans, they don't value what humans value, and they have a very long memory for debts and slights. Most wizards treat them badly, not usually out of malice, mostly out of the same thoughtlessness that causes most bad behavior. As a result, goblins don't particularly like wizards. However, James wrote, goblins like gold, and goblins respect competence, and most of all goblins despise having their procedures interfered with. If someone has tampered with the Potter vault accounts, and I believe they have, then the goblins know. They may not have been able to do anything about it, because Dumbledore is powerful enough to apply pressure even to Gringotts, but they know, and they remember, and they are looking for a legitimate heir to present a legitimate claim. When you walk into Gringotts, you walk in as Harry James Potter, blood heir of the Potter family. The key will verify you. You say you want to discuss the status of the Potter family account. You say it calmly, you say it quietly, you don't let anyone dismiss you, and you ask to speak with whoever is in charge of the account. They will take you seriously. Goblins have no patience for theater, but they have absolute respect for someone who knows their rights and states them clearly. Harry read this, then wrote, "I'm 6. Won't they think I'm too young?" They might. But the blood claim is the blood claim, age is a human concern. What matters to a goblin is legitimacy. You're legitimate. If they try to dismiss you on grounds of age, you point out that you are currently residing in a Muggle household with no magical guardian, and therefore the normal age restrictions on minor wizards conducting their own affairs don't apply, because there is no adult wizard conducting them on your behalf. Harry thought about this. Did you look that up? I wrote the charm on this journal 3 months before you were born, James wrote, and there was something in the handwriting that felt like a rueful smile. I had a lot of time to think about contingencies. There was a pause, Harry staring at the page, not quite writing anything. Then the journal wrote, unprompted, I would have liked to teach you this myself. I want you to know that. Harry wrote back, very carefully, I know. Then he turned the page because he didn't know what else to say and he needed something practical to do with his hands. How do I get to London? He wrote. It took him 3 weeks to plan it properly. The journal was thorough and patient in a way Harry was beginning to recognize as James's version of love, precise, practical, always accompanied by a brief flash of humor that kept it from feeling like a lecture. Harry learned that the night bus existed. He learned that it could be flagged down by any wizard, including young ones, by holding out their wand hand. He didn't have a wand yet, but the journal told him that a magical child without a wand could substitute a deliberate, concentrated magical intent, the same way accidental magic worked but directed. Think of it as the difference between stumbling and walking, James wrote. Harry practiced. 3 nights in a row, sitting on his mattress in the cupboard, he concentrated on the specific intention of summoning something until he felt the magic respond, that warm, roiling feeling in his chest that was always there but usually just sat quietly. By the 3rd night, the shelf above his mattress had rearranged itself by 6 inches without him touching it. Good, the journal said, when he reported this. Don't do that outside. But good. He saved his dinner bread for 2 weeks, not all of it, just enough, tucked into his pockets when Aunt Petunia wasn't watching. He figured out, from the journal's description, approximately what a night bus fare would cost, and raided Dudley's money jar when Dudley was at a friend's birthday party. Dudley had £34 in that jar. Harry took 4. He considered whether this was stealing and decided that given everything the journal had told him about what the Dursleys had participated in, knowingly or not, £4 was a reasonably modest accounting. He watched. He waited. He learned the Dursleys' patterns with the methodical attention of someone who has had nothing else to do for 6 years. His opportunity came on a Thursday in late July, 3 weeks after he'd found the floorboard, when Aunt Petunia took Dudley to his weekly swimming lesson and Uncle Vernon was at work, and Mrs. Figg from 2 streets over, who usually watched Harry when Petunia was out, had a cat with a respiratory infection and had called in a panic to say she couldn't take him. Aunt Petunia had stood in the kitchen with the phone pressed to her ear and stared at Harry with an expression of pure, undisguised inconvenience. He was wearing a too big t-shirt that had once been Dudley's, jeans that were 2 sizes too large held up with a piece of string, and his glasses held together at the bridge with sellotape. You, she said, will sit in this kitchen and you will not touch anything and you will not leave and you will not do anything. She paused, nostrils flaring slightly, searching for the right word, funny. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry said. She gave him one more narrow look, then took Dudley and left. Harry counted to 200. Then he got up, picked up the small backpack he'd packed 3 days ago and hidden under the loose board alongside the journal and the key, put on the slightly better of his 2 pairs of trainers, walked out the front door, and turned left. Privet Drive was very quiet at 9:30 on a weekday morning in July. The gardens were meticulous. The cars were clean. Somewhere, a lawnmower was running. Harry walked to the end of the street, turned onto the slightly larger road beyond it, looked at his hand, and concentrated. The feeling came up in him like a held breath releasing, warm, certain, purposeful. Somewhere nearby, something heard it. 30 seconds later, the night bus screeched around the corner with a sound like a thunderclap swallowing itself, and Harry, who had read the description 3 times and was still not entirely prepared for the reality of a triple-decker purple bus, stepped back half a step before remembering what the journal said about goblins and stating things clearly. He stepped forward instead. The doors wheezed open. A pimply young man in a purple uniform looked down at him with the mild bafflement people reserved for children who appeared in unusual places. The young man shouted over his shoulder, "There's a kid." "There's always a kid," someone replied from the driver's seat. "Is he flagging?" The young man squinted at Harry. "Did you flag the bus, son?" "Yes," Harry said. "I need to get to the Leaky Cauldron in London. In Charing Cross Road." He'd memorized the address from the journal. "I have money." The young man, his name badge said Stan, looked Harry up and down with the weary assessment of someone whose job regularly defied expectation. "You're a bit young to be traveling alone." "My guardian is meeting me there," Harry said, which was not technically a lie if you considered that the goblin handling the Potter account might, under some definition, be considered a guardian of Harry's interests. Stan assessed this claim with minimal scrutiny and held out his hand. "That'll be 11 sickles, or 2 pounds muggle." Or, Harry held out 4 pounds. "Keep the rest." Stan pocketed it with the expression of a man who had made his peace with the unusual. "Right then. Hold on to something." Harry had barely grabbed the nearest rail when the bus lurched forward and the world outside the windows compressed itself into a smear of color. He sat down on one of the beds. The journal had warned him about the beds, which he'd found bizarre but turned out to be completely real, and held the key tight in his fist. The stag pressed into his palm. The bus heaved around a corner that shouldn't have fit, narrowly missed a street sign, and Harry watched the world rearrange itself around him. He was going to London. He was going to walk into a bank run by goblins and claim what was his. He was 6 years old and he was wearing his dead cousin's t-shirt and his father's voice was written in a journal in his backpack. The morning light through the bus windows was gold and ordinary and completely insufficient for how large the day felt. Harry pressed his back against the lurching seat and stayed steady. The Leaky Cauldron was dark and smoky and smelled like old beer and something herbal that Harry couldn't identify. A few people sat at tables, a bent old man reading a newspaper that moved, 2 witches in pointed hats drinking something that steamed green, a large figure in a coat near the back that Harry clocked immediately as not entirely human without knowing exactly why. He walked through it quickly, the way the journal had told him, "Don't linger, don't stare, don't let anyone engage you in conversation before you reach the courtyard. You're on a mission. Act like it." The courtyard was a blank wall. Harry stood in front of it with his backpack on and the key in his pocket and looked at the bricks. The journal had described the sequence, 3 up, 2 across, but Harry had also been told that for a registered heir of a Gringotts account, the wall would respond to presence. Just the presence. He stepped forward and put his hand flat against the bricks. The wall opened. Not slowly, not dramatically, it just rearranged itself, quietly and efficiently, like a door that had always been a door and was merely acknowledging the fact. And there on the other side was Diagon Alley, gold and crowded and blazing, full of witches and wizards and impossible shop windows and the smell of something caramelized nearby and an ice cream cart and a cart full of live animals and crates and barrels and a sound like a small city that had woken up in a very good mood. Harry stood at the entrance and breathed it in. This was where he was from. This crowded, brilliant, impossible street was his world, not the kitchen at Privet Drive, not the cupboard, not Dudley's old clothes and Mrs. Albright's sorry looks and Aunt Petunia's thin-lipped silences. This. The light here was different from ordinary London light, warmer, slightly golden even in the shadow, as if the magic in everything nearby was leaking into the air itself. He walked straight ahead toward the white marble building at the end of the street. Gringotts Bank was the most imposing building he had ever seen. It was taller than it should have been, wider than anything in the grey London he'd come from, and the goblin stationed at its entrance watched him approach with the particular attention of people who notice things other people missed. Harry walked up the steps, head up, eyes forward. One of the door goblins tilted its head almost imperceptibly as Harry passed. Harry met its eyes, amber and sharp and very old, and gave a small, deliberate nod. The goblin's expression didn't change. But it didn't look away either. Inside, the bank was vast and cool and loud with business, the scratch of quills, the clink of something being counted, voices in at least 3 languages. Goblins behind a long counter were processing a queue of customers, each customer shuffled through with brisk efficiency. Harry walked to the end of the queue and waited. He was the only child in the bank. Several adult witches and wizards glanced at him. He looked back at them with polite blankness and they looked away. When it was his turn, the goblin at the counter was a severe specimen with close-cropped hair and a collar that could have been a weapon. It looked at Harry with the frank disinterest of someone who found humans equally tiresome regardless of their size. "Name," it said. "Harry Potter," Harry said. "I'd like to discuss the status of the Potter family vault. Specifically Vault 687. I understand this is a registered Potter family account and I am the blood heir." He placed the key on the counter between them. The goblin's eyes dropped to the key. Something shifted in its face, not much, but something. "You're a child," it said. "I'm an unaccompanied magical minor with no appointed wizarding guardian," Harry said, exactly as the journal had coached him. "Under Gringotts' Charter, Section 4 regarding orphaned magical heirs, I have the right to present a blood claim in person regardless of age." The scratch of quills in the surrounding area seemed to slow down very slightly. The goblin looked at the key. It looked at Harry. It picked up the key with 2 fingers and held it up against the light, which was the kind of light that didn't have an obvious source. The stag on the key moved. Not much, just its head, turning to face the goblin. The goblin looked at it for a long moment. Then it slid off its stool. "Wait here," it said. Harry waited. 3 minutes later, the goblin came back with another goblin, older, broader, wearing a suit that had been expensive once and was now simply authoritative, the way things become when they've been worn by someone serious for long enough. This goblin looked at Harry for a full 10 seconds. Then it said, in a voice like gravel being sorted, "You'd better come with me." The office they took him to was at the end of a corridor that took 4 turns and went down 2 levels. The walls were carved stone. The torches were real fire. Everything felt very far underground, which Harry supposed made sense for a bank that extended downward rather than upward. The goblin, who had introduced itself as Ragnarok, which the journal had mentioned but Harry hadn't expected to actually encounter on a first visit, sat across from him at a desk covered in ledgers and indicated the chair opposite with a wave that wasn't quite welcoming but wasn't hostile either. It was the gesture of someone doing business. Harry sat. "You know who I am?" Ragnarok said. "You're the head of Gringotts," Harry said. "Or one of the senior directors." "I wasn't sure which." "Director General," Ragnarok said. "How does a 6-year-old know the term Director General?" "I read a lot," Harry said, which was true, even if his reading material had recently become significantly more specialized. Ragnarok looked at the key, which he brought with him and placed on the desk between them. This key was crafted for Vault 687 by Master Artificer Griphook the Elder in 1978. It was registered to James Charles Potter, who in 1979 added a blood claim modification key to his biological offspring. He looked up. "You passed the blood claim test. The key recognized you." "I know," Harry said. "The vault was sealed in November 1981 following the death of both registered holders," Ragnarok said. "An administrative hold was placed on the account." He paused. The pause felt deliberate. "The hold was placed by an external party. Under authorization that, upon our subsequent review, was, shall we say, procedurally irregular. Someone who didn't have the right to seal it," Harry said. Ragnarok's amber eyes were very still. "Under Gringotts' Charter, the assets of a deceased account holder pass to the registered heir immediately upon death. They do not pass to interested third parties for safekeeping. They do not pass to legal guardians. They do not pass to anyone." A pause. "They pass to the heir." "So the seal was illegal," Harry said. "The seal," Ragnarok said carefully, "was irregular. We operate in a complex environment, Mr. Potter. There are parties whose influence extends in directions that make direct legal challenge impractical. He folded his hands on the desk. However, an undeniable in-person blood claim from a verified heir changes the calculation considerably. There is nothing irregular about processing a legitimate blood claim. Harry looked at Ragnarok. He thought about what the journal had said about goblins, about their long memories, their dislike of interference, their absolute respect for someone who knew their rights. "You've been waiting," Harry said. "For me to come in." Ragnarok said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. "What happens now?" Harry said. "Now," Ragnarok said, picking up the key and placing it carefully in front of Harry, "we take you to see your vault." The cart was fast and cold and exhilarating in a way that Harry, later, would recognize as the physical sensation of his life-changing direction. The tunnel walls rushed past in torchlight, the tracks twisted and dropped and turned back on themselves, and Ragnarok sat across from him with perfect stillness while Harry gripped the side of the cart and watched the dark blink past. Vault 687 was on the 6th level down. The door was black iron, twice Harry's height, with the same stag motif as the key worked into the center panel in a design so detailed it seemed to breathe. Harry stood before it and pressed the key to the lock, and the lock opened not with a click but with a sound that was more like a chord, several things releasing at once. The door swung inward. Harry had not thought carefully about what would be inside because he hadn't wanted to let himself want anything specific. But what he found was not what he would have imagined anyway. There was gold. An enormous amount of gold, coins stacked in towers against one wall that caught the torchlight and threw it back in warm waves. There were objects, displayed or boxed, some of them clearly very old, some of them glowing faintly with their own contained magic. There was a weapons cabinet along one wall that he walked past slowly, noting without yet touching. But there was also a desk. A writing desk, positioned in the center of the space like it was the most important thing there, which it turned out to be. On the desk were letters, stacked, sealed, addressed in two different handwritings. One handwriting was the same tall, forward-leaning scrawl as the journal. The other was smaller, more precise, with letters that were beautifully even, like the person writing them had cared very much about being legible. Harry stood at the desk and looked at the letters for a long moment. He didn't open them yet. He wasn't ready, and he knew it, and he was 6 but he was already old enough to know the difference between I can and I'm ready. He turned to Ragnarok, who had come to stand a few feet behind him, giving him space in a way that was almost respectful. "I want to understand exactly what's in this vault," Harry said. "And I want to understand what I can and can't access right now. And I want to know about the hold, who placed it, when, and on what grounds." Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. "The answers to those questions," it said, "will take some time." "I have time," Harry said. They stood in the vault that had been waiting for him for 5 years, amid the gold and the letters and the quiet magic of things kept safe by someone who had loved him, and Ragnarok told him everything. Harry listened to every word. The stag on the vault door stood mid-stride in the torchlight, patient and waiting, like it had been running toward this moment for a very long time. Chapter 2, The Weight of Gold and Old Grievances. Ragnarok talked for a long time. He talked the way goblins apparently did everything, without preamble, without softening, with the brisk efficiency of someone who considered emotional consideration a separate transaction from the one currently on the table. Harry sat on a stool that Ragnarok had conjured from somewhere, and he listened, and he took everything in, and he did not interrupt except to ask clarifying questions, which Ragnarok seemed to appreciate in the way a craftsman appreciates someone who understands their work. The vault had been sealed on November 3, 1981. 2 days after James and Lily Potter died. The hold had been placed under what Ragnarok called a magical guardianship override, a legal instrument that technically existed to protect the assets of orphaned magical minors from exploitation. In practice, it required the signature of either an appointed guardian named in the deceased's will, or, and here was the loophole, a senior ministry official acting in loco parentis, meaning in the place of the parent, in cases where the will had not yet been read. The will had never been read. And so the temporary hold, which was supposed to last 30 days pending will reading, had simply stayed for 5 years. Because no one had come to dispute it. The hold was signed, Ragnarok said, by one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, chief warlock of the Wisengamot, acting in his capacity as magical guardian of the Potter heir. He was never appointed guardian, Harry said. The will named Sirius Black. The will was never read, Ragnarok said. Therefore, in the eyes of the ministry's administrative apparatus, it does not legally exist as an enacted document. It exists as a sealed record in the Department of Magical Records, which could be unsealed by an application from any of several parties. A pause. No such application was made. Couldn't Gringotts have escalated it? Ragnarok's expression did something complicated. Gringotts made 3 formal inquiries to the ministry between 1981 and 1983, requesting clarification on the status of the Potter accounts. The first 2 received no response. The third received a response signed by a deputy minister whose primary patron was. Ragnarok paused in a way that was not uncertainty but choice. Let us say the response strongly advised Gringotts to consider the matter settled. Harry turned this over carefully. So Dumbledore controls enough of the ministry that no one challenged it. Gringotts does not operate within the ministry's authority, Ragnarok said, and the statement was flat and absolute, the way mountains were absolute. However, we operate alongside it. There is a difference. Direct confrontation over the assets of one heir, when the alternative is an ongoing relationship with the most influential wizard of the age, it was, at the time, assessed as impractical. And now? Now, Ragnarok said, the heir has presented himself. The key has verified the blood claim. The question of practicality has been resolved by you walking through our door this morning. Something in the goblin's face shifted. It wasn't a smile exactly, but it was adjacent to satisfaction, the way a balanced ledger was adjacent to satisfaction. When a legitimate heir presents himself, we process the claim. We do not wait for outside approval. We do not ask Albus Dumbledore's opinion. We process the claim. Harry nodded slowly. What does processing the claim mean, practically? It means, Ragnarok said, that effective today, the administrative hold on Vault 687 is lifted. The account is yours. You have full access to all assets within it. A pause. There is, however, a complication. Of course there was. The main Potter family account, Vault 687, is what you see here, Ragnarok said, gesturing to the vault around them. But there are secondary holdings. Investment accounts, property leases, a standing portfolio that has continued to generate returns throughout the hold period, because Gringotts manages investments independently of account access restrictions. He looked at Harry steadily. The secondary accounts have been drawn upon. Harry went very still. Drawn upon how? Small withdrawals. Consistent. At irregular intervals. Beginning in November 1982. Ragnarok produced a ledger from his coat, a coat that apparently had considerably more interior space than its exterior suggested, and placed it on the desk in front of Harry. The withdrawals were processed against a secondary vault, Vault 49, which is a Potter family auxiliary account, under the same guardianship override authorization. As the account was technically under guardianship administration, withdrawals of up to a set amount could be processed for the stated purpose of maintaining the minor heir's welfare. Harry opened the ledger. The numbers were very clear. Very neat. And they went back 5 years without a break. This money was supposed to be spent on me, Harry said. That was the stated purpose, yes. Harry looked at the last 5 years of numbers, the regular, moderate withdrawals that had been going into someone's pocket while he slept in a cupboard under the stairs and ate whatever was left over from Dudley's plate. He looked at them for a long time. He wasn't angry. Or rather, he was angry, but it was the cold kind, the kind that didn't need to shout, the kind that sat down and thought about what to do next. Can I close that account? Harry said. The auxiliary one. Transfer everything remaining in it here. You can, Ragnarok said. You can also file a formal discrepancy claim, which would trigger an audit of the withdrawals against documented evidence of expenditure on your behalf. If the withdrawals cannot be accounted for, they can't, Harry said. Then the claim would be against the authorized signatory personally. Not Gringotts. Gringotts was operating under the valid, if improperly obtained, authorization. Harry nodded. He understood that Ragnarok was being very precise about the boundaries here. Gringotts had followed procedure. Gringotts had also made 3 inquiries. Gringotts was, in its careful goblin way, making very sure Harry understood exactly who to be angry at. I'd like to file the discrepancy claim, Harry said. Ragnarok produced a second document from the apparently bottomless interior of his coat. I had anticipated that, it said. They were in the vault for nearly 2 hours. Harry walked through every section of it with Ragnarok beside him, asking questions, cataloging, understanding. The journal had given him a framework, but the journal was also 5 years old at minimum, written by a man who couldn't have known exactly what would be here. It had given him the shape of things, and now the shape was filling in with specifics. The gold was, frankly, more than Harry could meaningfully comprehend. Ragnarok gave him the approximate Muggle equivalent and Harry held the number at arm's length in his head, not quite touching it. It was enough. Enough for everything, enough for years and years, enough that the 4 pounds he'd taken from Dudley's jar was somewhat absurd in retrospect, though he didn't regret it because it had gotten him here. The heirlooms he touched carefully and catalogued in his mind, a case of wands that were old Potter family pieces, a set of dueling pistols that were also, he'd learn later, transfiguration instruments, a portrait rolled in a protective case that he didn't unroll yet. Some things were labeled in James's handwriting. Some in an older hand that might have been a grandparent. All of it felt like weight, but good weight, the kind that anchored rather than crushed. The weapons cabinet he looked at for a long time. Ragnarok watched him look. Can I take things out of the vault? Harry asked. Anything in the vault is yours, Ragnarok said. Harry thought about the practicalities. He was 6, he was going back to Privet Drive, anything unusual would be noticed. Not today, he said. But I want to come back. We will need to establish a formal visiting schedule, Ragnarok said. Given the circumstances, your age, your living situation, the ongoing administrative sensitivity, I would suggest a protocol that minimizes visibility. There are access arrangements available for account holders who require discretion. Harry looked at the goblin. You're being very helpful, he said, which was not accusatory, it was observational. Ragnarok held his gaze without embarrassment. Gringotts has a long memory, Mr. Potter. The interference in this account was an insult to our procedures. We do not forget insults. Your claim gives us the opportunity to correct a ledger that has been out of balance for 5 years. The goblin's amber eyes were flat and clear. Additionally, and I tell you this because you seem like someone who will figure it out regardless, a Potter account in good standing, actively managed by a competent heir, is considerably more valuable to Gringotts than a sealed account gathering dust under an administrative hold. Harry almost smiled. So this is good business. Everything, Ragnarok said, is good business. The moral dimension is simply the part that makes the business last. Harry looked at him for a moment. Then he said, I want to ask about your fee structure. For ongoing account management. And for the discrepancy claim process. I want to understand exactly what Gringotts charges and why. This time, Ragnarok's expression did something that was unmistakably the goblin equivalent of being pleasantly surprised. You are 6 years old, it said, with the cadence of a statement that was also a question. Yes, Harry said. A pause. Sit down, Ragnarok said. This part takes a while. The desk was covered by the time they were done, ledgers, claim forms, a formal Gringotts account management agreement that Harry read in full, twice, asking about the clauses he didn't understand, until Ragnarok's expression had passed through several phases and arrived at something that was, for a goblin, almost warm. Harry's vault key had been upgraded. Ragnarok had produced, from a locked drawer in the desk, a new key, same stag motif, same warm bronze metal, but larger and more complex in its teeth, with a tiny secondary mechanism built into the head that required a drop of the bearer's blood to activate. This was the master key for Vault 687 with full account access. The old key had been a simplified version, designed to be found by a child. This was the real thing. Harry pressed his thumb to it without flinching, watched the brief bright bead of red disappear into the metal, and felt the key warm in his hand in a way that felt different from before. More substantial. Like it had weight that had been waiting for him. The discrepancy claim will take approximately 3 months to process, Ragnarok said. During that time, I would strongly advise you not to alert the named party that a claim is in progress. Dumbledore, Harry said. The named party, Ragnarok said carefully. Right. Harry put the key in his backpack alongside the journal. And the auxiliary vault, Vault 49. Consolidated to Vault 687 as of this afternoon, Ragnarok said. The remaining balance was, after 5 years of withdrawals, somewhat reduced from the original. How much was taken altogether? Ragnarok named the sum. Harry thought about the cupboard, and the 2 big clothes, and the school lunches he didn't get, and the time Aunt Petunia had told him his parents had died in a car crash because they were drunk, and the way that specific lie felt different now that he knew what it was covering. All right, he said. There is one more thing, Ragnarok said. The letter. Harry looked up. Which letter? Ragnarok reached into the desk again and produced an envelope. It was old, 5 years old, the paper slightly yellowed, sealed with red wax imprinted with the stag. It had been sitting in the desk this whole time. Harry somehow knew, from the handwriting on the front, exactly who it was from. The address read, "For Harry, when he comes." It was in the same small, precise, careful lettering as the letters on the desk in the vault. Not James's handwriting. The other one. Harry took it and didn't open it. His hands were steady. He put it in his backpack. Will you come back? Ragnarok said, and it was not quite the same tone as the rest of the conversation, less businesslike, slightly more direct. Yes, Harry said. Soon. And often. Good, said Ragnarok. It stood. Then we understand each other. Harry stood too, picked up his backpack, and offered his hand. Ragnarok looked at the hand for a moment. Harry got the sense this was not a standard part of goblin business practice, and then shook it, once, firmly. Outside, Diagon Alley had hit full afternoon stride. The crowds were thicker now, the noise louder, the shop windows more insistent in their competing claims on attention. Harry stood on the steps of Gringotts and looked out at all of it. He was hungry. He'd had a piece of bread in his backpack from the morning and he'd eaten it on the night bus, and it was now nearly 1 in the afternoon. He could smell something from 2 shops down, pastries, warm, buttery, the kind of smell that reached inside you and grabbed something essential. He had access to more gold than he could spend in a lifetime. He had £4 left in his pocket. He bought a pastry from the shop 2 doors down, paid Muggle money because he hadn't taken anything from the vault yet, which struck him as something worth fixing but not today, and ate it standing against the wall of the alley, watching people move through the street. He watched the way robes swirled. He watched 2 small children dragging their mother toward a window full of toy broomsticks. He watched a very old witch with purple robes examine a display of glass bottles with the focused intensity of an expert. He watched all of it and ate his pastry and felt, for the first time he could clearly remember, something that might have been happiness, or at least its less complicated cousin, contentment. He had a vault. He had a key. He had a father's voice in a journal in his backpack and a mother's letter in an envelope he wasn't ready to open yet. He had an account at Gringotts with a goblin who respected him because he'd read the charter and asked the right questions. Aunt Petunia needed him home by 4. He had 3 hours. He put the last corner of the pastry in his mouth and pushed off the wall and went exploring. He went into every shop he could find. Not buying, just looking, learning, cataloging. Flourish and blots first, because of course it was first, and he stayed in there for an hour and 17 minutes, which he tracked by the small clock behind the counter. He went through the shelves with the methodical attention he gave to the school library, reading spine titles, pulling things out, flipping to middle pages to assess the writing level, making mental notes. There was a whole section on magical theory that made his fingers itch. There was a subsection on potions that looked, based on 30 seconds of examination, like it was considerably more interesting than chemistry. There was an entire shelf dedicated to magical history and another to law, which he spent more time on than anything else, the discrepancy claim and Ragnarok's careful language still fresh in his mind. He put everything back. He couldn't buy anything today, his pockets had Muggle money, and also a 6-year-old arriving home from what was supposed to be a quiet morning with a bag full of books would require explanation. But he memorized titles. He was good at memorizing things. In the apothecary, which smelled extraordinary in a way that was not entirely comfortable, he looked at ingredient jars along the wall with the same focused inventory. Dried things, powdered things, things that moved slightly in sealed containers. A beetle the size of his fist preserved in something amber. He stood in front of a shelf of small vials and thought about the vault, about his mother's research. He didn't know what her research was yet. He hadn't opened the letters. But the journal had called it research, specifically, and the word had sat in his mind like a hook. The quality Quidditch supplies shop was magnificent in a way that made him briefly forget everything practical. He stood in front of the Nimbus 1700 in the window and looked at it for a full 2 minutes. It was not a purchase. It was simply acknowledgement that some things were genuinely wonderful. Then he went to the bookshop that wasn't Flourish and Blots, a smaller place, half hidden between a robe shop and something that sold magical medical equipment, and found, on a shelf near the back labeled Legal Reference, a slim volume called Gringotts Charter and Wizarding Financial Rights, a practical guide. It was a Muggle-printed book, he realized after a moment, the kind of thing that had been typeset and printed rather than handwritten or hand-copied, which apparently existed in some form even in the wizarding world for certain dry practical texts. He bought it with his last £2. The shopkeeper barely looked at him. He was back on Privet Drive by 3:45, having flagged the night bus from a quiet side street in Muggle London and spending the journey rereading Ragnarok's fee schedule in his head. The key was in his pocket. The vault key, the real one, the one that required his blood. He'd keep it in the floorboard alongside the journal, but he'd need to find a better hiding spot eventually, one that wasn't under a floor that Aunt Petunia theoretically could pull up if she got the right kind of suspicious. He went in through the back door. Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen, which was where he'd left her metaphorically if not literally, rigid-backed at the counter chopping something with more force than necessary. She turned when she heard him come in and looked at him, that scanning look she did, inventory rather than attention, checking for broken things, muddy shoes, evidence of something wrong. "You're back," she said. "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry said. "Did you sit in the kitchen like I told you?" Harry said nothing, which was not the same as lying. Something in his face must have been sufficiently unremarkable, because she turned back to her chopping. "Go wash your hands. Dinner in an hour." Harry went to his cupboard, sat down, pulled out the journal. "I went," he wrote. The reply came quickly, the handwriting forward and alive, and "The vault is real. The hold is real. I met Ragnarok. We filed a discrepancy claim. I have the account key." A pause. Then the journal wrote, "How do you feel?" Harry thought about it honestly. "Like I understand what I'm fighting now." "That's my boy," the journal wrote, and the letters were slightly larger than usual, like the feeling behind them was too big for neat handwriting. Harry pressed his hand flat against the page. After a moment, he turned to the envelope in his backpack. Lily's letter. He'd been keeping it in his peripheral vision all day, the way you kept a difficult maths problem in mind before you were ready to tackle it. He picked it up. Set it down. Picked it up again. "I have a letter from Mum," he wrote in the journal. This time the pause was longer. When the words came, they were quieter somehow, even though they were just ink. I know about the letters. I couldn't tell you about them, the charm wouldn't let me in advance, it would have colored how you found them. They're hers. You should read them when you're ready. I'm not ready, Harry wrote honestly. That's all right, the journal wrote back. She'll wait. She was very good at waiting. Also very bad at it. She'd want me to tell you she was good at it. Harry laughed. It was small and surprised, the kind of laugh that happened before you knew you were going to. He pressed the back of his hand to his mouth and held the sound in because Dudley's room was directly above and Dudley had a dog's ear for anything that sounded like Harry enjoying himself. Was she funny? He wrote. Funnier than me, the journal wrote. She thought she wasn't, which made her funnier. She had this thing she did with her eyebrow, just one of them, when she thought something was ridiculous. One eyebrow. Your face would go on trial and she'd be judge and jury and the verdict was always delivered with one eyebrow. I was guilty about 40% of the time and I was innocent, technically, of most of it. Harry was smiling now. He couldn't help it. Tell me more, he wrote. About her. About you. And James Potter, or the memory of him, or the love that had survived him, whatever the journal truly was, talked. And Harry sat in his cupboard with the key in his pocket and his mother's letter on the mattress beside him, and the light through the slats went from gold to orange to the deep blue of early evening, and outside Privet Drive was perfectly ordinary and perfectly quiet, and inside it something extraordinary was beginning to accumulate. He didn't open the letter that night. Or the night after. He opened it on the third night, when the house was asleep and the water pipes had done their 2:30 knock and he'd been lying awake long enough to admit he wasn't going to sleep anyway. The wax seal came away cleanly. The paper was thick and good, not the lined paper he wrote his homework on, but real letter paper, slightly textured, folded twice. The handwriting was the same careful, even hand he'd recognized on the envelope, the kind of writing that was legible because the person writing it believed what they were saying deserved to be read. Dear Harry, it read. If you're reading this, you've found the vault. You've got your father's stubbornness and his good instincts, which means you found it earlier than I told James you would, and James is wherever James is currently being insufferable and saying he told me so. I hope he is, anyway. I hope very much that he is somewhere. Harry's throat closed. I want to tell you something before I tell you anything practical, because the practical things matter but this matters more, you are so loved, Harry. You were loved before you were born. Your father used to talk to you through my stomach at 6 in the morning while I was still trying to sleep, entire conversations, and if you ever wonder where you got your stubborn streak, it is entirely from him and I will not hear otherwise. I don't know what your life has been like between this letter and the last time I saw your face. I don't know what they've told you or not told you. What I know is that the world outside that vault door is complicated in ways that I spent a lot of my life trying to make less complicated, and some of those complications are going to land on your head, and I'm so sorry for that, and I'm also so angry on your behalf that I could light something on fire, which is a thing I am in fact capable of, your father will tell you. The research in this vault is yours. My notebooks. My notes on an area of magic that I had been working on for 3 years before I died, and that I believe is important, genuinely, foundationally important, not for the war, not for any particular political reason, but for understanding what magic actually is. I wasn't done. I am very annoyed about that. You can continue it if you want to. You don't have to. But I left it for you because I wanted you to know that your mother was not just a casualty. She was a person who was working on something, and it mattered, and her son should know that. Be careful with Albus Dumbledore. He is brilliant. He genuinely cares about what he believes is good. He is also absolutely certain he knows best, and certainty in brilliant people is one of the most dangerous things in the world, because they're right often enough that you stop checking the times they're wrong. Be kind where you can. Don't confuse kindness with softness, they aren't the same thing at all. Your father is going to make terrible jokes in that journal, and I want you to know I would have made better ones. I love you more than anything in the world has ever loved anything, Harry James Potter. Mum. Harry sat with the letter on his knees in the dark of the cupboard for a very long time. The water pipes knocked. The house breathed around him, indifferent. Somewhere outside, a fox called twice. He cried. Not the dry, empty crying of before, not the kind that happened because there was nothing left, but the full kind, the kind with something behind it, the kind that happened because something was real and it hurt and it was supposed to hurt and you were allowed to feel it. He let himself feel it for a while. Then he folded the letter back up very carefully, slid it into the envelope, and put it inside the journal's front cover. He didn't write anything that night. He just lay in the dark and breathed. But in the morning, he wrote, I read it. I know, James wrote back. How are you? Angry, Harry wrote. And okay. Both at the same time. That's actually about the most reasonable thing to feel, James wrote. She would be very proud of you. Harry looked at that for a moment. Then he wrote, tell me about her research. What was she working on? James's writing came back differently this time, not the warm, slightly joking tone of late-night conversation, but focused, precise, with the quality of someone organizing something important. Her research, James wrote, was about the relationship between magical core and intent. Most wizards think magic is a tool, you pick it up and use it. Your mother thought magic was more like a language, and intent was the grammar. She thought most of what we call spell limits and spell failures are actually just the mismatch between what a witch or wizard says and what they actually mean. She thought someone who understood the grammar perfectly, who never had any gap between intention and expression, could do things that had never been done. She was right, James wrote. I believe that completely. Not because she was your mother, though she was. Because she showed me the working, and it was correct. Harry read this. He read it again. He thought about the shelf that had rearranged itself when he was practicing magical intent. He thought about the specific, deliberate concentration that had flagged the night bus. He thought about 5 years of quiet practice, just in the dark, just because the journal had told him to work on it. He wrote, can I learn it? Her research? You've already started, James wrote. You just didn't have the framework yet. Harry put the journal down and looked at his hands in the cupboard's half-dark. He thought about what Ragnarok had said. A ledger out of balance for 5 years. He thought about the discrepancy claim working its way through Gringotts' process. He thought about the vault, and the letters, and the key warm and heavy in the floorboard. He thought about Dumbledore, brilliant, certain, genuinely caring, wrong. He thought, 5 more years. 5 years before Hogwarts. 5 years to read, to work, to practice, to understand. 5 years to become exactly who he needed to be before walking through a set of doors that someone had been carefully, lovingly, wrongly preparing for him his whole life. He pulled out the slim Gringotts charter book he bought from the second bookshop and opened it to the first page. He started reading. Chapter 3, 5 Years of Quiet War. The summer Harry turned 7, he learned to pick locks. Not magical locks, not yet, but the ordinary muggle kind, with a kit he'd assembled from bent hairpins and a piece of stiff wire from the garden shed. He practiced on the padlock Uncle Vernon had put on the cupboard door after Harry had let himself out at 3 in the morning twice in 1 week. He had the padlock open in 4 minutes the first time. In 40 seconds by the end of the month. He always locked it back before anyone woke up. The journal thought this was funny. Classic Potter, James wrote. My father used to say that any obstacle is just an unasked question. A lock is a question that goes, do you belong here? You're just answering it. What's the answer? Harry wrote. Everywhere, James wrote. The answer is everywhere. Harry practiced other things too. Magic, primarily, but magic practiced the way his mother's notes described it, which he was still working through, reading her notebooks in 30-minute sessions in the vault on his monthly visits to Gringotts. He didn't take the notebooks out of the vault. He went to them instead, sitting at the desk in Vault 687 with a candle Ragnarok had provided and Lily's careful handwriting spread before him, learning. Her notebooks were dense. Not difficult in a way that was inaccessible, difficult in the way that genuine thought was always dense, because she hadn't been writing for an audience, she'd been writing to think, and thinking like that left marks on a page that you had to work to follow. But when Harry followed them, really followed them, he found himself arriving somewhere new almost every time. The core argument was this: magic was not a force you applied. Magic was a relationship between a witch or wizard's intent and the structure of the world, and the gap between what most people could do and what was theoretically possible was almost entirely composed of unexamined assumptions. Every spell in the standard curriculum, Lily had written in a margin in red ink, is a workaround. A translation. We learned to say lumos because we couldn't learn to simply mean light. Harry read that particular margin note 6 times on his first encounter with it. Then he sat back and thought about every accidental magic moment he could remember. Every single one of them had been exactly what he meant, with no translation. He'd meant to get on the roof. He'd meant to turn his teacher's hair blue. He'd meant to crack Dudley's window. No spell. No wand. Just meaning. He spent 3 months working on this deliberately, sitting cross-legged on his mattress in the cupboard after the house went quiet, concentrating not on an action but on an intent, the specific, clear, unambiguous meaning of a thing. The first intentional thing he did was move a coin 6 inches across the floor. Took him 11 tries. On the 12th try it slid across the wood so fast it hit the opposite wall. He didn't tell James about this, because he wanted to show him something fully formed rather than something in progress. He'd also started noticing, as he worked through Lily's notes, that James had some ideas about magic that were slightly wrong in interesting ways, not badly wrong, but wrong in the way of someone who'd learned a rigorous tradition and therefore had trouble seeing the edges of it. He loved James fiercely and completely, in the particular way of someone who had only ever experienced him through ink on a page and had never had cause to be disappointed, but he was also starting to develop his own instincts about what was true, and those instincts were increasingly Lily-shaped rather than James-shaped. He filed this observation away without judgment. It was just information. The summer he turned 8, 2 things happened. The first was that Ragnarok informed him, in the measured tone of someone delivering good news carefully, that the discrepancy claim had been resolved. The audit of Vault 49 withdrawals versus documented expenditure on Harry's behalf had found a discrepancy of several thousand galleons, which was the polite word for theft. The named party, Ragnarok, had stopped using Dumbledore's name in these conversations somewhere around Harry's second visit, which Harry appreciated for its precision, had 30 days to respond to the claim. Will he respond? Harry asked. He will receive the claim through official Gringotts correspondence, Ragnarok said. His response will determine the next steps. Harry considered this. He'll know someone filed the claim. He will know Gringotts filed the claim. Gringotts will not indicate whether the claim was initiated by an heir or by internal audit. A pause. As a matter of practice, we do conduct routine audits of all accounts under administrative holds. Harry appreciated the fiction. He also understood that it was not entirely fictional. Gringotts genuinely had conducted an audit, it had simply been prompted. And if he pays? Then the discrepancy is resolved, the account is clean, and there is no further legal escalation. And if he doesn't? Then we escalate, Ragnarok said, with the quiet satisfaction of a goblin who had been waiting a long time to escalate something. Dumbledore paid within the fortnight. He paid quietly, completely, and without any formal communication to Gringotts explaining the discrepancy. He simply paid. Harry found this more interesting than any elaborate response would have been. It meant Dumbledore knew exactly what the money had been used for, or not used for, and had no defense he was willing to put in writing. He knows someone's watching the vault now, Harry said to Ragnarok, on his next visit. He likely suspects, Ragnarok said. Does he know it's me? He knows the vault is being actively accessed. The blood key register is private to Gringotts. Ragnarok folded his hands. He will likely assume it is accessed by someone acting on your behalf, as opposed to by you directly, given your age. Harry thought about this. Good, he said. Let him think that. The second thing that happened that summer was that he found the Black family connection. He'd been going through the property documents in the vault, doing what he was beginning to think of as his inventory work, the systematic cataloging of everything he owned and was owed, when he found a legal document from 1979 establishing a formal agreement between the Potter and Black families. It was dense and full of magical legal language that took him an hour to work through, but the substance of it was this: in the event of the deaths of both James and Lily Potter, with Harry as sole heir and minor, the Potter family assets and guardianship of the heir would pass not to any ministry appointee but to Sirius Black, named as godfather and primary guardian, with secondary guardianship to one Remus Lupin. He already knew this from the journal. But seeing it on formal parchment in Gringotts' own filing system was different from knowing it abstractly. He sat with the document for a while. Sirius Black is in Azkaban, James had told him, months ago, when Harry had first asked about his godfather. He was accused of betraying your mother and me to Voldemort, of being the secret keeper who revealed our location. He was also accused of killing Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. He was sent to Azkaban without trial. A pause in the writing that had felt heavy. Harry, I can't tell you from here whether Sirius did it. I believed he was innocent. Your mother had doubts. I don't know what happened that night. I can't know. What I can tell you is that he loved you. Whatever he is now, he loved you then. Harry had read this carefully. Without a trial, he'd written back. Yes. Is that legal? It was wartime. The ministry was not, in that period, operating at its procedural best. Harry had noted this and moved on, but now, looking at the document, he pulled on the thread again. Guardianship of the heir. If Sirius was in Azkaban without a trial, and Sirius was legally the appointed guardian, then the Dursley arrangement was not just procedurally irregular, it was legally in opposition to an existing, filed, formal magical contract. He wrote this down in the margin of his own notes, which he was now keeping in a new journal, a plain Muggle composition book he'd bought at a corner shop, in which he wrote everything he was learning in his smallest handwriting with the meticulous care of someone who understood that information, organized, was its own kind of power. He had 3 composition books by now. They lived under the loose floorboard alongside the vault key and James's journal. He was running out of space under the floorboard. The year he turned 9, he started finding books. Not in Diagon Alley, the Muggle way. The school library had long since been exhausted, but there was a larger library 3 miles from Privet Drive that Harry had discovered at 7 and visited every Tuesday when the Dursleys thought he was at school's after-school club, which he had quietly enrolled himself in and then quietly unenrolled himself from without anyone checking, because the enrollment was a permission slip and the unenrollment was simply absence, and Harry had learned that adults rarely followed up on administrative details involving children they weren't paying close attention to. In the larger library he found books on logic, on history, on law. He found a book on negotiation that he read 4 times. He found a section on psychology that had a book called The Anatomy of Authority which explained, in the language of academic sociology, exactly what Ragnarok had described about Dumbledore in practical terms, the specific way people who held institutional authority came to confuse their judgment with objective truth. He read widely and voraciously and without particular system, because the system was simply everything, and everything connected to everything else if you looked at it long enough. He also continued his magical practice. By 9, he could move objects with reliable precision, not heavy things, not yet, but with exact placement, which was harder and more interesting. He could extinguish and relight flames. He could, on a good day, change the color of something small and flat. He did these things without a wand, using the concentrated intent that Lily's notes described, and each success felt less like a trick and more like a vocabulary word learned, one more piece of the grammar. He visited the vault every month on his arranged schedule. The visits were getting longer as there was more to work through, and he was getting better at reading the legal documents and financial records that composed a significant portion of the vault's contents. By 9 he had a clear picture of exactly what his family owned, the property portfolio, the investment accounts, the various instruments Gringotts was managing, the heirlooms and their respective values. He knew all of it. He could have recited it. Ragnarok, in these visits, had shifted from the careful formality of their first meeting to something that wasn't quite friendship. Goblins, Harry had learned, had a specific term for the relationship between a goblin manager and a well-regarded client that didn't translate cleanly into English, but meant something like mutually respected counterpart, which suited both of them fine. They talked business first, always, but they had also begun talking about other things, magic, history, goblin history specifically, which was comprehensively different from the version in the wizarding history books Harry had been reading. "Your history books," Ragnarok said once, with the tone of someone commenting on an unfortunate architectural choice, "were written by the people who won." "Most history books are," Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him. "You're 9 years old." "Yes," Harry said. Ragnarok made the sound that was his version of conceding a point and moved on. When he was 10, something changed at Privet Drive. It wasn't dramatic, nothing about the Dursleys was ever dramatic in any interesting way. But Uncle Vernon started looking at Harry differently. It was a wary look, the kind you gave something you'd underestimated and were now reconsidering, and it arrived without a specific incident Harry could point to. He thought it might simply be the accumulation of things Vernon noticed without being able to articulate, Harry reading books that weren't school books, Harry not crying when he was shouted at, Harry answering direct questions with direct answers instead of the small ducking deference that Vernon expected. Vernon liked to feel large. Harry had stopped making him feel large somewhere around age 8, and at 10 he was not making any effort to manage that. This did not make the Dursleys less unpleasant. If anything, Petunia was worse. She was perceptive in her way, sharper than Vernon, and she felt the change without being able to name it, which made her edgy. She found more things wrong with him. His room was never clean enough. His school grades were suspicious. He was too quiet, too still, too much. Harry absorbed all of this with the equanimity of someone who was waiting at a bus stop they knew would eventually be vacated. The Dursleys were temporary. They had always been temporary. He was simply more certain of it now. He did, that year, make one deliberate choice about the Dursley situation that was not purely passive. He wrote to the ministry. It was a short letter, carefully worded, on plain paper, posted from a postbox 3 streets from Privet Drive. It was addressed to the Department of Magical Records and requested, citing the specific charter section Ragnarok had identified, a formal status review of the Potter estate's guardianship arrangements, with reference to the unenacted will currently on file in magical records. He did not sign it Harry Potter. He signed it on behalf of the interests of the minor heir, H.P. He didn't expect it to accomplish anything directly. He knew enough about the ministry now to know that a letter from an anonymous correspondent was not going to trigger an immediate legal review of Dumbledore's guardianship arrangements. But he was starting to build a record, the discrepancy claim, the blood key access register, now this, a series of documented, procedurally correct actions that established, over time, that the heir of the Potter family had been systematically denied access to their legal rights. If it ever needed to be presented to someone, it would be there. He was also, around this time, starting to plan for Hogwarts. The journal had told him enough about Hogwarts to know what to expect in broad strokes: the houses, the subjects, the social ecosystem, Dumbledore's role. He'd read Hogwarts, a history in the vault's small library of reference books, and a number of other academic texts that touched on it. He knew it was coming. He had, in abstract, known it was coming since he was 6. But 10 was when he started thinking about it strategically. The thing about Hogwarts, as Harry understood it, was that it was fundamentally a place where other people were going to have expectations of him. Most of them wrong. Some of them dangerous. The wizarding world had a very specific story about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen boy, the symbol, the sacrifice, and everyone he was going to meet at Hogwarts was going to arrive with that story already running in their head like a script, and they were going to expect him to perform it. He had no intention of performing it. Not because he was resentful, or not only because of that, but because he'd read enough history to know what happened to symbols. Symbols got used. Symbols got managed. Symbols ended up serving someone else's story, and the person at the center of the symbol became, over time, increasingly peripheral to their own life. He was Harry James Potter. He was the blood heir of a family that had survived 6 centuries of magical Britain. He was his mother's son, and his mother had been developing a theory of magic that made most of what wizards currently believed look like cave paintings. He was not a symbol. He was a person with a vault key and a specific set of objectives and 5 years of quiet, methodical preparation behind him. He wrote all of this in his 3rd composition book, not because he needed to remind himself but because writing things down was how he made them concrete, and concrete things were harder to take away from you. The year he turned 10 also brought something unexpected, a friend. Her name was Rosie Chen and she was in the year above him at school, and she was the first person Harry had met who read at his speed and argued about things she'd read the way he did, with actual citations, with genuine engagement, without the social anxiety that made most of their classmates soften their opinions before they'd finished stating them. She had black hair and a precise way of speaking and zero patience for any form of imprecision, which Harry respected enormously. She did not know about magic. Harry didn't tell her. He did, however, spend 9 months having the sharpest conversations of his life about history, science, philosophy, and 3 books on logic they'd both found in the library and disagreed about in ways that were genuinely interesting. He learned from the disagreements as much as from the agreements. He learned that he'd been using the word assume too loosely and needed to distinguish it more carefully from infer. He learned that his writing had a tendency toward conclusiveness, stating his position and then defending it, rather than the more interesting approach of stating a problem and then thinking through it publicly. He thanked her for this, seriously, and she looked slightly alarmed and then said he was welcome and that he was the strangest boy she'd ever met, and Harry considered this and said probably yes. In June, her family moved to Edinburgh for her father's job. She gave him her address and he wrote to her twice and she wrote back once and then the correspondence dissolved the way childhood things dissolved, and Harry kept the 3 months of argument and conversation the way he kept everything useful, integrated, built upon, not mourned. He had the vault, and the journal, and his composition books, and 4 years of accumulated practice in the gap between intention and expression. He had Ragnarok. He had his mother's handwriting and his father's humor and a clear, detailed understanding of exactly what had been done to him and by whom and why. He was ready, mostly. He would be ready fully. He had 1 more year. The summer before Hogwarts, Harry made his biggest single move. He had been thinking about it for 2 years, turning it over, checking it from different angles, looking for flaws. Ragnarok had reviewed the relevant sections of Gringotts' charter with him 4 times. The legal mechanism was solid. The question was simply whether to use it and if so, when. The mechanism was the Emancipated Minor Clause. Under wizarding law, specifically under the Magical Guardianship Act of 1723, amended 1891, a magical minor who could demonstrate financial independence, magical competence, and the absence of a functioning wizarding guardian could petition for emancipated minor status, which removed them from the jurisdiction of the magical guardianship system entirely. They became, for all legal purposes, an adult in the management of their own affairs, while remaining a minor for things like Hogwarts enrollment age requirements. The practical effect was this: Dumbledore's guardianship override died the moment the petition was granted. No more administrative holds. No more someone else's authorized signature on Harry's account. No more technical basis for the argument that someone else was managing Harry's interests. The petition required a Gringotts account in good standing. Harry had one. It required evidence of financial independence. Harry had that. It required a statement of magical competence from a qualified assessor, which was the complicated part, because magical competence was normally assessed by the Hogwarts entrance exam, which Harry hadn't taken yet. "I need an alternative assessor," Harry said to Ragnarok, on a warm July morning in the vault-level office they'd been using for 2 years now. Someone who isn't ministry-affiliated. Someone whose assessment Gringotts would accept. Gringotts has its own assessment protocols, Ragnock said. Harry looked at him. I mention this purely in the spirit of information, Ragnock said, which was the exact tone Ragnock used when he had very much already thought about this. The assessment was conducted the following week by a goblin assessor named Barksnap, in a small chamber 3 floors below the main Gringotts banking floor, and it was the strangest 2 hours of Harry's life up to that point. The assessor sat him across a table, placed 12 objects in front of him, a stone, a glass of water, a sealed box, a lit candle, a piece of blank parchment, a small iron key, a wooden cube, a length of rope, a brass compass, a dried flower, a sealed vial of something red, and a mirror, and said, in a voice like old machinery, do with these what you can. Harry looked at the objects. He looked at the assessor. He moved the stone to the left side of the table first, slowly, precisely, without touching it, and watched the assessor's quill scratch on parchment. Then he worked. He didn't rush, because rushing implied anxiety, and he felt no anxiety. He felt the quiet warmth of working in an area he'd been practicing for years, the satisfaction of applied competence, the specific pleasure of a thing done well. He changed the candle from a lit flame to a cool steady light that wasn't exactly a flame and wasn't exactly not. He unsealed the box, not by force or by any of the standard unlocking approaches he'd read about, but by understanding what a seal was, what it meant, the specific intention embedded in it, and meaning its opposite. He turned the blank parchment into a detailed, accurate architectural sketch of the room they were sitting in, which surprised even him and delighted him enough that he allowed himself one small private smile. He didn't do everything. The vial he left alone, he didn't know what was in it, and he'd learned enough from Lily's notes to know that working with an unknown substance without information was foolishness, not competence. He said as much to the assessor, briefly. The quill scratched. Afterward, the assessor looked at him for a long moment without expression. Your wand technique is non-existent, it said. I don't have a wand, Harry said. I'll be acquiring one in September. Your wandless precision is approximately equivalent to a qualified adult witch or wizard, the assessor said, with no particular emphasis, as though this was simply a data point. I've been practicing for 5 years, Harry said. Said the assessor. The petition was filed the following Monday. It was granted on a Thursday. Harry was in his cupboard on a Thursday evening, doing nothing in particular, when he felt it, a shift in something intangible, like a pressure he'd been living under for 11 years releasing by a single degree. He couldn't have said how he knew, but he was certain, something had changed. He opened the journal. Something happened today, he wrote. The emancipated minor petition, James wrote back. Ragnock sent a notification charm. I felt it. Harry sat with this for a moment. So that's it. The hold is fully gone. Every administrative authority that was placed on your account without proper authorization has been dissolved, James wrote. The account is yours. Your legal status is yours. Your life is yours. Harry looked at the door of the cupboard. Through the slats, the hallway was just the hallway, ordinary carpet, ordinary light, the sound of Vernon's television carrying from the sitting room. He didn't feel the need to do anything dramatic. The drama had been the 5 years of quiet work, not this moment. This was just the moment where the work became formally, legally, unambiguously done. He wrote, good. You could say something bigger than that, James wrote. This is a significant moment. I know, Harry wrote. I just don't feel like I need to. I've known it was coming for 2 years. Now it's here. A pause. That's, James wrote, either very mature or very concerning. Probably both, Harry wrote. Yeah, James wrote. That's definitely mine. Harry closed the journal. He lay back on his mattress and looked at the slat shadows on the ceiling and thought about September. 6 days later, a letter arrived by owl. It came at 7 in the morning, before Aunt Petunia had come downstairs, before Dudley's alarm had gone off. The owl swooped through the kitchen window Harry had deliberately left unlatched and dropped an envelope on the table in front of him with the precise, businesslike manner of an owl that had many deliveries to make. He picked it up. The envelope was thick, cream-colored parchment, sealed with red wax. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry considered the address for a moment. The accuracy of it felt pointed, though he suspected it was just a magical locating charm with no sense of irony. He broke the seal, removed the letter, and read the brief, formal notification that he had been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and was expected on the 1st of September. He folded it back up. Put it in his pocket. When Aunt Petunia came downstairs 20 minutes later and found him drinking his tea calmly at the kitchen table, she looked at the open window and the feather on the floor with the particular tightening around the eyes she reserved for signs of what she called his world. There was an owl, Harry said, before she could ask. Hogwarts letter. I'll be leaving September 1st. The silence in the kitchen was the specific silence of something that had been inevitable for 11 years finally arriving. Petunia sat down. She looked at the table. Something complicated moved through her face, not grief exactly, not relief exactly, something that didn't have a clean name because it was made of too many things at once. Harry watched her without anger. The anger had burned clean long ago. What was left was just clarity. Right, she said, finally. Right, Harry agreed. He got up, washed his cup, and went back to the cupboard. He had a list to make, things to buy, things to review, one more visit to Ragnarok before the school year began. He had plans to finalize and a vault to properly inventory. He had a world to walk into, eyes open, arms unbound, fully and finally himself. He picked up his composition book and started writing. Chapter 4, What Lily Left Behind. The second-to-last visit to the vault before Hogwarts was supposed to be administrative. Harry had a list. He always had a list. Ragnarok had come to expect the list the way you expected weather, reliable, purposeful, occasionally surprising in its specifics. Today the list had 7 items: finalize the investment restructuring Ragnarok had proposed in June, review the property portfolio and confirm the lease renewals on the 2 London properties, collect the remaining objects Harry had flagged for transport to Hogwarts, sign the updated account management agreement, discuss the serious black documentation Harry had found in the property files, review the quarterly discrepancy audit, and collect Lily's remaining research notebooks from the sealed section. He got through the first 5 items in just under 2 hours, which was good time. He and Ragnarok worked well together by now. Harry asked precise questions, Ragnarok gave precise answers, neither of them wasted words on ceremony. The investment restructuring was sound. The lease renewals were confirmed. The serious black documentation they spent 30 minutes on, which was more than Harry had budgeted, because what Harry had found in the property files was more complicated than he'd initially assessed. This is a guardianship claim, Harry said, spreading the parchment on Ragnarok's desk. Filed in 1982. By Dumbledore, arguing that Black's imprisonment nullified the guardianship provision in the Potter will. Correct, Ragnarok said. But the will was never formally read, Harry said. So how does he file a claim against a provision in a document whose legal standing he simultaneously argues doesn't exist? Ragnarok's expression did the thing it did when Harry arrived at something Ragnarok had been waiting for him to arrive at. He doesn't, Ragnarok said. He files a claim against the possibility of such a provision, arguing preemptively that even if the will were read and such a provision existed, the named guardian's imprisonment would nullify it. Harry sat back. He was covering both possibilities. Whether the will was read or not. He was thorough, Ragnarok said. He's always thorough, Harry said. It wasn't admiring. It was just true. What's the current status of the claim? Moot, Ragnarok said. Your emancipated minor status renders all guardianship claims irrelevant. There is no guardianship to contest. Harry nodded. He looked at the document for another moment. I want this kept on file. Documented and dated. It already is, Ragnarok said, which was what Ragnarok said when Harry asked for something that Ragnarok had done 3 years ago. They finished the quarterly audit, clean, as expected, and then Ragnarok stood, which was the signal that the formal business portion of the visit was concluded. The sealed section, Harry said. Yes, Ragnarok said. I'll take you down. Harry had known about the sealed section since he was 8. He'd asked about it then, when he'd noticed, during one of his systematic walks through the vault, a section of the back wall that was different from the rest, the same black iron, the same torchlight, but with a door that was smaller than the main vault door and sealed with something that wasn't quite a lock and wasn't quite a ward. It was a different kind of magic entirely. He'd felt it when he put his hand near it, not the warmth of the key recognition, but something more complex, layered, like standing near something that was actively thinking. Ragnarok had explained, with characteristic precision, that Lily Potter had sealed this section herself, separately from the main vault registration, with a charm that was keyed specifically to blood and age. Harry's blood would open it. But only after he turned 11. He'd turned 11 3 weeks ago. He'd been waiting 3 weeks to do this. The door to the sealed section was approximately the height of his shoulder. The seal on it was a circular design that he'd spent a lot of time looking at over the years, a series of interlocking lines that his mother's handwriting in the main notebooks called intention lattice, which was her term for the structural pattern of a complex layered spell. Looking at it now, close, with everything he'd learned in 5 years of reading her work, he could see what she'd done. Every layer of the seal was a different intention, stacked. The outermost was the blood recognition. Inside that was the age lock. Inside that was something else he couldn't quite parse, a third layer that he'd have to be inside to understand. He pressed his palm flat against the center. The seal didn't click or groan or open dramatically. It simply stopped being there. The lines dissolved from the outside in, like words being unwritten, and the door swung open. Harry looked at Ragnarok. I'll be outside, Ragnarok said, which was tact, which Harry hadn't expected and appreciated. He ducked through the door. The sealed section was not large, approximately the size of his school classroom, though the ceiling was low and the walls were rough stone. The torchlight from the main vault filtered in dimly. He had a small lamp he'd brought, and he lit it with a thought, adjusting the warmth until it was clear reading light. The room had shelves on 3 walls and a small table in the center, and everything in it had been placed with such obvious, careful deliberateness that Harry stood still for a moment just taking it in. The shelves held notebooks, more than the ones in the main vault, smaller and more numerous, differentiated by date labels written in Lily's precise hand. 32 notebooks. He counted. Some of them were thin, a few weeks of notes. Some of them were thick enough to take 2 hands to hold. The dates ran from 1973, when she would have been 13, to October 1981, the last one dated 3 weeks before she died. On the table there was a box. A plain wooden box, latched, with no markings. And beside the box, placed precisely in the center of the table as if it had been the last thing she'd done before she left, was a single envelope. The envelope had his name on it. Not the same envelope he'd found with Ragnarok on his first visit, that had been Lily's general letter, the one he'd read in the cupboard. This was different. The handwriting was the same, but the envelope was newer, or had been newer, and the address on it was simply, Harry, on your 11th birthday or after. Not before. He'd turned 11 17 days ago. He picked it up, sat down at the table, and opened it. Dear Harry, the box on this table contains 4 things: my final research journal, a set of teaching notes I wrote specifically for you, a portrait crystal, and a letter for Dumbledore that I want you to read before you decide whether to deliver it. I want to address the portrait crystal first, because I expect it's the thing you'll want most, and I know if I leave it until the end you'll skip ahead, and I'm your mother and I know things about you even though I've been dead since you were 15 months old. You get it from your father. He could never read a book in order either. The crystal contains a portrait. Not a standard magical portrait, those can speak, but they only contain a record of what the person was. They can't genuinely respond to new information. What I made is different. I spent 3 years developing the method. The crystal contains something closer to a real record of my intent, my thought processes, my working approach, my knowledge as it existed in October 1981. If you engage with it, it will respond to genuinely new questions, not just recite remembered answers, because I encoded the logic of how I arrived at answers rather than the answers themselves. I want you to understand that this was very difficult magic. I want you to understand this not to impress you, but because I want you to know it was worth it. You were worth it. Any amount of difficult magic was worth having something real to leave you. The teaching notes are for the research. You've been working through my notebooks. I built the age lock accounting for the possibility that you'd find them early, and if you found them early it means you're already working on it. The teaching notes are the framework I would have given you in person, the parts of the research that aren't in the notebooks because I hadn't written them up yet, I was just carrying them in my head. They're in your head now. That's the right place for them. The Dumbledore letter is the complicated one. I wrote it in September 1981, when I had reasons to believe the situation was becoming critical. In it I made Albus a formal request, specific, documented, unambiguous, regarding your future welfare in the event of our deaths. He never received it because we died first. I've kept it because it documents clearly what I knew, what I feared, and what I asked for. If you show it to him, he cannot pretend he didn't know what I would have wanted. He cannot argue that he acted on incomplete information. I'll leave it entirely to your judgment whether that's useful. Now, the thing I actually want to say. I have spent 3 years writing you research notes and teaching notes and practical frameworks and legal documentation, and I want to put all of that down for a moment and just talk to you. You are 11 years old. You have had, I suspect, a difficult 11 years, and I am so sorry for my part in that, not because I chose to die, which was not my preference, but because I made choices in the years before that limited our options afterward, and some of those choices I'd make again and some of them I'd make differently, and you deserve to know that I thought about them. I was very clever. I want you to know that not as a boast but as information, I was genuinely, unusually clever, and I spent a long time when I was young confusing cleverness with wisdom, and it cost me some things I'd rather not have lost. Cleverness tells you how. Wisdom tells you whether. The research in these notebooks is all cleverness, careful and rigorous cleverness that I believe is correct and important. What it doesn't tell you is what to do with it. That's yours. I want you to use it for good things. I want you to use it for yourself, for people you love, for the world you're walking into. I want you to use it with the understanding that the gap between a person who can do something and a person who should do something is exactly the same gap I spent my career studying, the gap between expression and intent. You can have all the power in the world and the question is always the same, what are you actually meaning to do? Your father is funny and warm and absolutely infuriating, and he loved you from the moment he knew you existed. I want you to know he was a good man. Not a perfect man. I could write you 6 pages on his specific imperfections, and they were the kind that came from confidence and thoughtlessness rather than malice, and he worked on them. But a good man. The best person to have next to you in a crisis, except possibly me, and I'm biased. You will meet people at Hogwarts who have already decided who you are. Some of them will have decided you're a hero. Some of them will have decided you're a threat. Some of them will have decided you're a symbol or a prize or a problem to manage. Almost none of them will look at you and see a person who has been working very hard for 5 years to know himself. Be that person loudly. Not loudly like noise, loudly like certainty. There is a difference between arrogance and self-possession, and your father sometimes got them confused, and I want you to understand the difference. Arrogance is about other people, about being more than them. Self-possession is just about you, about being fully yourself regardless of what they think. Be kind. Be fierce. Be honest about what you don't know. Read my teaching notes carefully. Use the portrait when you need to. Trust Ragnarok, he is the most trustworthy person I've told you about, which might seem strange given that he's a goblin and the standard opinion of goblins is idiotic, but Ragnarok operates on a simple principle: he does what he says and he says what he means, and in my experience that is roughly 80% rarer than it should be. I love you, Harry. I loved you when you were small enough to fit in my arms, and I love you now when you are big enough that I don't know your face, and I will love you in every version of yourself that you become, because you were made from love and love is what you're made of, and nothing that happens to you will change that. Look after yourself. Look after the people worth looking after. And do something wonderful with that brain. Mum. P.S. Your father's jokes are not as funny as he thinks they are. However, some of them are. Do not tell him I said that. Harry sat at the small table in the sealed section for a long time. He was not crying. He was doing something that was adjacent to crying but hadn't quite tipped over, the way a glass of water held very still could be full to the surface tension without spilling, and if he stayed very still it would stay that way. He read the letter a second time. Then a third. The third time he stopped at specific paragraphs and reread them, the one about cleverness and wisdom, the one about self-possession versus arrogance, the one about his father. Then he set the letter down and opened the box. 4 things, as advertised. He set them out on the table. The final research journal, which was thick and dense and he'd read later. The teaching notes, bound with a simple cord, a sheaf of maybe 80 pages in Lily's most organized handwriting, numbered, cross-referenced, with small diagrams. The letter for Dumbledore, in a sealed envelope addressed in Lily's hand to Albus Dumbledore, personally, with a date in the corner, September 12, 1981. 40 days before she died. And the portrait crystal. It was the size of his palm, roughly spherical, made of something that wasn't quite glass, slightly warm, slightly clouded at the center, with a depth to it that didn't correspond to its physical size when you looked into it. He held it up to the lamp light. The cloudiness in the center moved slowly, like something breathing. "Hello," Harry said, and felt slightly foolish. The cloudiness cleared. She was small in the crystal, necessarily small, because the crystal wasn't large, but the portrait was high resolution in a way that meant he could see her clearly. She looked like him. Or he looked like her. Dark red hair, the warm kind, not carrot orange. Green eyes, the exact color of his own, which he'd only ever seen in mirrors and had been told once by Mrs. Albright came from his mother. A face that was fine-boned and alert, with a quality of attention about it, watchfulness, not wariness, the look of someone who was always thinking. She looked exactly like the photograph James had left in the vault. She looked more real than the photograph. She looked at him. "Harry," she said. Her voice was warm and precise, with an energy to it, quick, like her handwriting. "You're taller than I expected. You look like your father." "You look like me," Harry said. Something moved through her face that was more than a portrait response, warmth, complicated, real. "Yes," she said. "I suppose I do." He sat with the crystal on the table between them and looked at her for a long moment. There were approximately 40 things he wanted to say and they were all blocking the doorway at once. "I read your letter," he said finally. "I know," Lily said. "Or, I don't, technically, I can't access what's happened since I made this, but I wrote it accounting for how you'd likely be by now, so I assume you read it and I assume it was," she paused. "Was it all right?" "It was everything," Harry said, which was not a sentence he'd planned to say but it was the true one. Lily was quiet for a moment. In the crystal, her hands were folded in her lap the way they were in his most organized thinking. "The research," she said. "You've been working through it?" "Since I was 7, Harry said. She blinked. 7. I found the vault early. Dad's journal helped. He watched her process this. Is that a surprise? Yes, somewhat. The age lock on this section was set to 11 because I didn't think," she stopped. "You're very like him," she said. "In the stubbornness. But she looked at him with the quality of careful assessment. You've been working for 5 years and you've been working on it alone, which means you've had to be your own teacher, which means you've had to be very honest with yourself about what you didn't understand. It's easier to be honest with yourself when there's nobody else available, Harry said. That, Lily said, is either wisdom or loneliness masquerading as wisdom. Probably both, Harry said, which was what he'd said to James 2 months ago about the maturity question, and he recognized the pattern now. His instinct when he didn't know the complete answer was to hold both possibilities rather than collapse them prematurely. He wasn't sure where he'd learned that. Maybe from her, in the notebooks. Tell me where you are with it, Lily said. The research. Not the summary, tell me a specific problem you're working on right now. Harry thought for a moment. The third layer of the seal on this door, he said. I can see the intention lattice but I can't parse the innermost layer. I know it's not blood recognition and it's not the age lock. I felt it when I put my hand near the door and it felt like something that was thinking, but active thinking, not just an embedded response. But you're not, the portrait was in here, so it can't be the portrait itself. Lily looked at him with an expression that was very difficult to parse and then she said, quietly, it's a love ward. Harry stared at her. I've never seen one documented anywhere, Lily said, with the precise quality of someone reporting a research finding. I developed the theory in my 3rd year and I spent 6 years working out the implementation. A love ward doesn't respond to blood or age or power or skill. It responds to the specific magical signature of grief. She paused. Not grief as in sadness. Grief as in loss that comes from love. The ward only lifts if the person trying to open it has genuinely lost someone they loved. The cupboard. The 5 years. The journal and the letters and the cold specific knowing of exactly what he'd been missing. It lifted, Harry said. I can see that, Lily said, gently. The almost crying feeling was back. He held very still again. That's why you said 11, he said. Not because of magical competence. Because you thought 5 years was the minimum. I hoped, Lily said, and her voice was very careful, that you would be somewhere good, and that you wouldn't have lost anyone yet, and that the ward wouldn't lift until much later. I hoped I was building something that would sit unopened for years. She looked at him. I'm sorry you had it to open it with. Harry swallowed. It's all right. It isn't, Lily said. But you are. They sat with that for a moment. Then Harry said, tell me about the 3rd layer of the intention lattice. The mechanism of the love ward. I want to understand the structure. Lily looked at him for a moment, that assessing look again. Then something in her face shifted to the particular bright attention of someone who loved thinking about things they'd spent their life thinking about. All right, she said. Let's start with what a magical signature actually is, because the textbooks have it wrong and everything else follows from that. They worked for 3 hours. It was the strangest and best 3 hours of Harry's life. Lily moved between warmth and rigor the way gifted teachers did, always both at once, never choosing between them. She explained things with the same quality her notebooks had, that sense of thinking in public, but spoken was faster and more responsive, and Harry could ask questions in real time instead of annotating margins and waiting for his next visit. He asked about the love ward mechanism and she explained it through the lens of the intention grammar theory, then connected it to 3 other things in her research he'd read but hadn't fully integrated, and suddenly all 3 things snapped into coherence the way things did when you'd been missing a connecting piece and someone handed it to you. He made notes. He asked follow-up questions. She pushed back on 2 of his interpretations and she was right both times, which he acknowledged without irritation because being wrong was useful when someone showed you clearly why. Your wandless precision, she said, midway through. Describe a recent example. He described the Gringotts assessment. She listened carefully. That's extraordinarily clean technique for someone without formal instruction, she said. The architectural sketch in particular, that kind of creative application is what I was hoping for but couldn't guarantee. It surprised me too, Harry said. I just knew what I meant and let it happen. That's exactly right, Lily said. That's the whole of it, Harry, the entire gap between standard wizardry and what I was trying to describe. When you know what you mean, the magic doesn't need ceremony. The ceremony is for people who don't quite trust what they mean. Harry wrote this down. That's going to change how I approach wand magic at Hogwarts. It should, she said. Wand magic isn't worse, it's not better either. A wand is a focusing tool. It's useful the way a pencil is useful for someone who knows what they want to draw. If you already know what you want to draw, the pencil doesn't slow you down, it just gives you finer lines. He looked up from his notes. There's a boy I've read about. Tom Riddle. He's Voldemort now, or was, he's, incomplete. I've been reading the historical accounts. Lily's expression didn't close down exactly, but it became more guarded. What about him? He did extraordinary things without understanding the theory, Harry said. The Horcruxes especially, the way he split his soul. That's the opposite of your research, isn't it? That's not knowing what you mean, that's meaning something horrible so specifically that the magic has to follow. Lily was quiet for a moment. You're right, she said. It's the inverse principle. My research says the gap between expression and intent is where magic fails. He collapsed that gap in the worst possible direction, he meant harm so completely and purely that there was no gap left. Which is precisely why it worked, and precisely why it was catastrophic. She looked at Harry steadily. What are you asking? I'm asking if his approach proves your theory or disproves it. Proves it, Lily said, immediately. A Horcrux requires absolute intent in the moment of murder. No doubt, no ambivalence, no gap. He achieved something that required that level of purity and it destroyed him, not physically, initially, but structurally. A soul without a gap between expression and intent, in the dark direction, can't grow anymore. It can only replicate what it already is. She looked at him very directly. Intent toward harm is self-limiting. Intent toward understanding isn't. Harry wrote this down carefully. Harry, Lily said. You know he put a piece of himself in you. He looked up. The scar. Yes. I know, Harry said. He touched his forehead without thinking. I can feel it sometimes. Not all the time. It's quieter when I practice the intent work. Lily leaned forward slightly in the crystal. The intent work is building your own signal. The louder your own magical signature, the weaker the interference from any attached fragment. She paused. It will also, and this is the part that requires careful handling, it will eventually require a decision. The fragment is part of your magical environment right now. At some point that won't be sustainable. I know, Harry said again. She looked at him. You're very calm about it. I've known about it for 3 years, he said. I had time to be not calm. I've worked through to calm. You're 11, she said. It was not what James had meant when he said it, it wasn't surprise, it was something closer to pain. Yes, Harry said. The crystal was quiet for a moment. Outside the sealed section, Gringotts continued its day. Will you come back? Lily said. Her voice was careful with the question. Not needy, she was a portrait, she didn't need in the way a living person needed, but there was something in it that mattered. Often, Harry said. Same as Ragnarok. A smile moved through her face. How is Ragnarok? Exactly what you said in your letter, Harry said. Trustworthy. He always was, she said. He thought I was reckless with the research, too fast, too eager. He said I was going to either change everything or accidentally take out a floor of the bank. She looked quietly amused. I told him those weren't mutually exclusive. Harry picked up the portrait crystal and wrapped it carefully in the protective cloth he'd brought. I'm taking you with me, he said. All right, Lily said, from inside the cloth. He put her in his backpack alongside the teaching notes, the final research journal, and the Dumbledore letter, which he hadn't decided about yet. He picked up his own composition book from the table, flipped to a fresh page, and wrote at the top, "What I now know about the third layer of the intention lattice." Then he wrote for 6 minutes straight without stopping, getting it all down while it was hot. He was thorough. He was precise. He was, in the assessment of a goblin who had watched him grow for 5 years and a portrait that had known him for 3 hours and in some sense for his entire life, genuinely extraordinary, not because of the scar, not because of the prophecy, not because of any story someone else had written about him. Because he had worked for it. Every day, in a cupboard, on a thin mattress, by the light through the slats in the door. Because he had asked the right questions and refused the wrong answers. Because his father had made him laugh and his mother had taught him to think and a goblin had treated him like a person and a boy in a sealed room under a bank had spent 5 years becoming himself. He put the composition book away, picked up his backpack, and ducked back through the door into the main vault. Ragnarok was waiting outside, as promised, with the particular stillness of someone who has been patient for a long time and considers it neither hardship nor virtue, simply practice. "Well?" Ragnarok said. Harry straightened up. He looked at the goblin who had been his one consistent, reliable, utterly honest ally for 5 years, the one person who had always told him the truth and charged him fairly for it and expected him to be competent and never once looked at him like he was the boy who lived. "I need to talk to you about Voldemort's Horcruxes," Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him for a long moment. "Sit down," Ragnarok said. "This part takes a while." "Yes," Harry said, pulling out his composition book. "I know." Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. Armed the morning Harry went to buy his school things, it rained. Not dramatically, not the kind of rain that arrived with theater and purpose, cracking lightning and black sky. Just a steady, grey, late August London rain that had clearly decided to stay a while and had made itself comfortable. The kind of rain that made Privet Drive look even more like itself, identical houses, identical gardens, all of it rendered in slightly diluted color under the flat sky. Harry stood at the kitchen sink, drinking his tea, watching it come down. Behind him, Aunt Petunia was making Dudley's breakfast with the specific choreography of a woman who had decided to pretend nothing unusual was happening. Dudley was upstairs, still asleep. Uncle Vernon had already left for work, which Harry had timed for. Vernon's presence at the breakfast table on Harry's Diagon Alley days would have required a conversation Harry didn't want to have, specifically the one where Vernon asked pointed questions about where Harry was going and Harry had to decide how much truth to use. He'd been doing this trip alone for 5 years, but Petunia didn't know that. As far as she knew, this was Harry's first proper Diagon Alley visit, the one that happened before first year, the traditional school shopping excursion. She'd received a Hogwarts letter of her own, the other letter, the one for Guardians explaining the arrangements, and she'd read it and set it on the counter and not spoken to Harry about it for 4 days, which was its own kind of communication. He rinsed his cup, set it on the draining board. "I'll be back by dinner," he said. Petunia's back was to him. She was slicing bread with absolute precision, each cut exactly the same width. She said nothing for a moment. Then, "Don't do anything, I know," Harry said. He picked up his bag, the same backpack he always used for vault visits, plain, practical, big enough for books, and went out into the rain. He took the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron the same way he always did, which was to say competently and without ceremony. Stan was on the bus again. Stan was, as far as Harry could tell, always on the bus, and he gave Harry the look of mild recognition that said he'd seen him before without being able to place where, which was fine. Harry sat in the back with the teaching notes open on his knee, using the journey to review the section on intention stacking that he and Lily had discussed 3 days ago. The crystal was in the front pocket of the backpack. He'd talked to Lily for an hour the previous night, working through the Horcrux conversation he'd started with Ragnarok. The 3 of them, Harry, Ragnarok, Lily and Crystal, had between them assembled something fairly comprehensive about Voldemort's soul-splitting methodology, its structural weaknesses, and the specific implication of the fragment in Harry's scar. It had been an unusual meeting in that 2 of the 3 participants were a goblin and a portrait, but it had also been the most useful strategic conversation Harry had had in 5 years. The conclusion they'd reached was this: the Horcruxes were a solvable problem. Not easy, not trivial, but solvable, because every one of them was an object that meant something specific to Tom Riddle, which meant they were findable by anyone who understood Riddle's psychology well enough, and then destroyable by anything capable of causing irreversible magical damage. The fragment in Harry's scar was the complicated one, and it was also, paradoxically, the one Harry was least worried about, because Lily's research suggested a method of separating it that didn't require what the obvious solution would seem to require. He'd filed all of this in the 4th composition book and told both Ragnarok and Lily that he wanted to do more research before committing to a plan. More research, Ragnarok had said, in the tone of someone making a note. "I'm 11, Harry said. "I've got time." "Voldemort is not fully dead," Ragnarok said. "He's also not fully alive," Harry said. "He's barely coherent. He's been in that state for 10 years. He'll manage another few months while I get a wand and learn some spells." Ragnarok had given him the look he gave when he thought Harry was being reasonable, and he found this irritating. The night bus lurched around a corner that no bus had any business taking, and Harry turned a page. The Leaky Cauldron was busier than usual, late August, school shopping season, families moving through in clusters with lists in hand and children who were either too excited to walk in a straight line or deeply resentful about being made to shop. Harry moved through it with the ease of someone who had walked this route dozens of times, past the tables and the smoke and the smell of something perpetually brewing, through the back and into the courtyard. His hand on the wall opening. Diagon Alley in the rain. It looked different in the rain, darker, the cobblestones wet and reflective, the shop signs dripping, the crowd smaller and quicker, people ducking from awning to awning. But the light was still that light, that particular warm quality that had nothing to do with the weather, and Harry walked into it and felt the familiar sense of returning to a place that was his. He had a list, naturally. Wand, first, most important. Then robes and equipment. Books, which would take the longest because he'd already made a list within the list of additional texts he wanted to acquire beyond the standard curriculum. He also had a 10 o'clock appointment with Ragnarok, which he'd arranged 3 weeks ago, to discuss the Horcrux research and review one more time the investment portfolio adjustment Harry had requested. He turned toward Ollivander's. Ollivander's was a narrow shop that smelled like sawdust and something sweeter underneath, like the memory of trees. The front window had a single wand displayed on a faded cushion. The sign above the door was old enough that the letters had gone soft at the edges. Harry pushed the door open. The shop was empty of other customers. A bell rang somewhere in the back. The walls were shelves from floor to ceiling, every shelf packed with long narrow boxes, thousands of them, and the quality of all that accumulated wood and magic pressed against you the moment you walked in, not heavy, but substantial, like being in a very old library. A man appeared from between 2 shelves. Very old, silver-haired, with eyes that were pale as winter light and had the quality of seeing too much at once. He looked at Harry and went very still for exactly half a second, a tiny calibration, before his expression settled into professional composure. "Harry Potter," Ollivander said. "Yes," Harry said. "I wondered when you'd come in." Ollivander moved toward him with the unhurried efficiency of someone doing something he'd done 10,000 times. "Your father, James Potter, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration. And your mother, Lily Evans, willow, 10 1/4, swishy, wonderful for charm work." He was already pulling boxes from shelves as he spoke. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single one." "I know," Harry said. He was watching Ollivander's hands, quick, precise, practiced. "My father mentioned you in a letter." Ollivander paused, very briefly, looking at him. Something shifted in the pale eyes. "Extend your wand arm, if you please." Harry extended his right hand. A tape measure appeared and moved around him with no one holding it. Harry let it do its work, standing still and patient. "You're left-handed for writing," Ollivander observed. "Yes. But not for everything." "Interesting." The tape measure dropped. Ollivander had 3 boxes stacked already. "Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches. Harry took it. Held it. Nothing, not nothing, exactly, the way a door was not nothing, but a door that didn't open. He set it down. They went through several. Harry could feel each one's reaction, some warmly neutral, some faintly resistant, one that threw sparks sideways in a way that made Ollivander snatch it back with almost paternal alarm. Each time Harry set a wand down he said nothing, and each time Ollivander replaced it with the expression of someone whose puzzle was getting more interesting. "Unusual," Ollivander murmured, on the 7th wand. "Very unusual." He disappeared into the back shelves and returned with a single box he was holding slightly differently from the others, with both hands, as if it had weight that the others didn't. "Holly," he said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. He opened the box. "I've had this one a long time. The phoenix that provided the feather gave only 2. One became your father's wand, no, wait." He paused, correcting himself with the precision of someone whose memory was everything. "I'm sorry. I think of Gryffindor wands and James Potter's comes first. The phoenix gave 2 feathers. This wand's brother chose another wizard. Another very notable wizard." He looked at Harry steadily. "It is curious that you should come to this wand." Harry picked it up. The warmth was immediate and different from anything else he'd tried, not just the wand recognizing him but something more reciprocal, like a recognition from both sides simultaneously. His magical signature and the wand's resonance finding each other the way 2 notes found harmony. He thought very clearly and precisely, light. Ollivander stared at it. Harry let the light go. "I'll take it," he said. 7 galleons, Ollivander said, in the tone of someone operating on autopilot because his primary attention was elsewhere. He was looking at Harry the way he'd looked at the wand, with the particular focus of someone recataloguing something they thought they understood. Harry paid from the small coin pouch in his jacket. He'd taken a moderate amount from the vault on his last visit, Muggle exchange through a Gringotts service Ragnarok had established for him. He tucked the wand into his jacket's inside pocket, which he'd had a seamstress add specifically for this purpose, after measuring a standard wand length from the dimensions in a Flourish and Blots catalogue. At the door, Ollivander said, "Mr. Potter." Harry turned. "The wand chooses the wizard," Ollivander said. "That is the principle. I have believed it all my life." A pause. "You did something just now that I have not seen a wandless child do in 40 years. "My mother's research," Harry said. Ollivander's pale eyes were very sharp. "Lily Evans' research," he said slowly. "I knew what she was working on. She came in to ask me about core resonance in her 3rd year. She asked very good questions." He looked at the pocket where Harry had put the wand. "Continue working on it," he said. "I intend to," Harry said, and pushed through the door. The rain had lightened to a drizzle. Harry walked up Diagon Alley toward Madame Malkin's and stopped at a pastry cart on the way, the same one from his first visit, or at least its current iteration, and ate a warm cheese twist while watching the street. There were families everywhere. Parents and children and the particular chaos of school shopping, which involved a lot of list consulting and a lot of children wanting to go into shops that weren't on the list. Harry watched them with the feeling he always had here, not quite belonging to it, not quite outside it, somewhere in the margin between. He was watching a mother trying to redirect her small son away from a display of fanged frisbees when the drawling voice came from behind him. They shouldn't let just anyone into Diagon Alley. Harry turned around. 2 boys, both about his age, both in clean expensive robes that hadn't been bought yet, so currently visiting before the actual shopping, which meant the blonde one's dramatic sigh about quality was performance. The blonde boy was precisely the picture of someone who had been told his whole life that he was significant. Sharp features, pale, carried himself with the practiced ease of someone who expected space to be made. Behind him, two larger boys who were clearly present to be large rather than to contribute. "Draco Malfoy," Harry said. The boy blinked. He had not expected to be named. "You know who I am." "I've read about your family," Harry said, which was true. The Malfoys featured in several of the historical and legal documents in the vault, and in the wizarding history texts, and in Ragnarok's briefings on the political landscape of magical Britain. Old family. Significant wealth. Enthusiastic Voldemort support until it became legally inadvisable. Harry Potter. Draco's expression went through several rapid revisions. He landed on a kind of wary assessment that was more honest than the initial performance. "I know who you are," he said. "Most people do," Harry said pleasantly. Draco looked at him, really looked, in the way that people did when something wasn't matching their expectation. Harry was wearing ordinary clothes, muggle jeans and a jacket, unremarkable except for the fact that they fit him properly, which was a recent development. He didn't look famous. He didn't look like a symbol. He looked like someone who had just bought a wand and was eating a pastry. "You're at Hogwarts this year," Draco said. "Yes." "Which house do you think you'll be in?" Harry considered the question. "Whichever one I'm sorted into," he said, which was not evasive. He genuinely didn't have a preference arranged in advance, which was its own kind of position. Draco's chin came up slightly. "Slytherin's the best, obviously. All the best wizarding families, the Potters were Gryffindor for 4 generations, Harry said. "My mother was Gryffindor. So was my father. So was my godfather." He said it without heat, just as information. House loyalty seems like a thing people feel strongly about when they haven't thought about why they feel it. Draco stared at him. "I don't mean that as an insult," Harry said. "I mean most strong opinions are like that. Worth checking." One of the large boys behind Draco shifted, uncertain. Draco's expression was doing something complicated, not offended, exactly, because what Harry had said wasn't offensive in the straightforward way he was used to handling. It was something else. "You're strange," Draco said. "Probably," Harry said agreeably. He finished the last of his cheese twist. "Are you at Ollivander's next?" "I'd give it 20 minutes, the old man gets into a very detailed explanation of wand theory if he's not distracted by a difficult match, and he was just distracted by a difficult match, so he'll be talkative." Draco blinked again. "How do you know my next stop?" "I don't," Harry said. "But it's where most people go from here, and you haven't got a wand yet, based on the fact that you're wearing your old robes for the shopping trip, which means the wand appointment is later in the schedule." He gestured at Draco's robes, which were fine but last year's cut. "Malfoy," he said, "do you play Quidditch?" The question was apparently sufficiently unexpected to fully short-circuit whatever social script Draco had been operating from. "What? Quidditch. Do you play?" Yes. "Seeker. Why?" "Just curious." Harry picked up his backpack from beside the pastry cart. "I'll probably see you on the train," he said, with the tone of someone wrapping up a pleasant incidental conversation. "Good luck with the wand." He walked away. Behind him, he heard Draco say something to the large boys, but he couldn't make it out and he didn't try. Madame Malkin's was crowded with school shoppers and Harry waited his turn efficiently, using the time to review his book list. He got fitted for robes, standard Hogwarts kit, and added, on his own account, 2 sets of plain practical robes in better fabric than the standard, which Madame Malkin measured for with professional approval and no commentary, which Harry appreciated. In the robe shop, standing on the fitting platform next to him, was a girl with large front teeth and bushy brown hair and the most organized school list Harry had ever seen. It was annotated. There were categories. The categories had subcategories. "That's a very thorough list," Harry said. She turned to look at him with the alert suspicion of someone who wasn't sure if that was a compliment. "I like to be prepared," she said. "So do I," Harry said. Did you put the additional texts on there, or just the required ones? She looked at her list. Back at him. What additional texts? The standard curriculum book list is minimal, Harry said. The theory sections in the standard texts are abbreviated for classroom use. If you want actual depth you need, well, it depends on the subject. Transfiguration theory by Alastair Gamp is the real underpinning for the first 3 years, and for charms theirs. I hadn't thought of that, she said, in the tone of someone who found not having thought of something genuinely distressing. How do you know the curriculum is abbreviated? I've been reading the standard texts since I was 8, Harry said. And comparing them against the broader literature. She stared at him. Since you were 8. I had a lot of time, Harry said. She looked at him with the frank, slightly overwhelming attention of someone processing something quickly. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. Harry Potter, he said. The attention intensified. The Harry Potter? Is there more than one? She opened her mouth, closed it, and then to her credit bypassed the expected response entirely in favor of, which Transfiguration text? Harry smiled. Alastair Gamp, Theory of Transfiguration, Volumes 1 and 2. They're in flourish and blots in the advanced section at the back. A bit dusty. Also, Hermione, he found he'd used her name without planning to, because it was already the right thing to call her. The charms and jinxes breakdown in the standard year 1 text has a methodological error in chapter 4. I can show you where. Hermione Granger stared at him for 3 full seconds. Then she pulled out a fresh section of her list's annotation space and said, "Show me." He arrived at Gringotts at 1 minute to 10, which was on time, which was expected. Ragnar's office had the same quality it always had, organized, efficient, slightly underground, lit with torches that Harry had long since stopped noticing. Ragnar was behind the desk with 3 documents already spread and waiting. Flourish and blots. Ragnar said, looking at Harry's considerably heavier backpack. Books, Harry said. The Gamp Transfiguration set, 2 books on magical law, 1 on goblin metallurgical theory that I found and want to read, and a defensive spellwork text that I suspect is out of date but covers some basics I haven't worked through formally. He sat down. And Lily wants the new edition of Flitwick's Charm Commentary if Gringotts can acquire it. She says the 3rd edition has corrections to the 2nd edition that matter. Ragnar made a note. The fact that Ragnar made notes on behalf of a portrait was one of Harry's favorite things about Ragnar, though he'd never said this out loud. The investment adjustments first, Ragnar said. Then I have news. About the Horcrux research. Harry read it. Signed it. Adjacent to the Horcrux research, Ragnar said, moving the investment document aside and placing a newer one in its place, is a matter of the diary. Harry looked up. Riddle's diary. We have reason to believe a Horcrux artifact from the Riddle collection entered Gringotts' sphere of knowledge in 1982, when it was deposited into a private vault registered to one Lucius Malfoy. Harry stared at him. Malfoy has a Horcrux in his vault. Had, Ragnar said. Current status unknown. The item was logged during an audit of security protocols following an unusual magical signature event on sublevel 3. It was assessed, at the time, as a cursed artifact of unknown provenance and flagged for review. The review was, Ragnar paused, deprioritized. How often do these deprioritizations happen? Harry said. More often than they should, Ragnar said, with the tone of someone conducting an ongoing internal audit of their own institution. The flag remains on file. Current location of the item, unknown. Malfoy has a son at Hogwarts this year, Harry said. I met him this morning. Ragnar's expression didn't change. I'm aware of the Malfoy family's school-age members. If Lucius Malfoy still has it, he might try to introduce it somewhere, Harry said, thinking through it. Into Hogwarts. Somewhere a student might encounter it. That is a speculation, Ragnar said, which I note without confirming. Is it a speculation you'd bet against? A pause. No, Ragnar said. Harry thought. The diary was one of the Horcruxes he'd been least certain about. He knew from the historical research that Riddle had made at least one artifact-based Horcrux early, that it was tied to something from his Hogwarts years, that it was specifically designed to possess or influence someone who encountered it. A parasitic Horcrux. The worst kind in terms of immediate human cost. If it turns up at Hogwarts, Harry said, I need to be able to destroy it. What works? Basilisk venom, Ragnar said, with the promptness of someone who had already looked this up. Fiend fire. Extreme magical corrosion of any kind that damages the object beyond magical repair. He paused. Basilisk venom is, in practice, difficult to acquire unless one happens to be in proximity to a basilisk. Harry absorbed this. Hogwarts has a chamber of secrets, he said. Ragnar regarded him. Does it? Salazar Slytherin. It's in the historical records. A hidden chamber with a monster. He paused. A monster that Riddle used once before, in the 1940s. When he was a student. He looked at Ragnar. A basilisk. This is, Ragnar said carefully, a significant piece of intelligence. Yes, Harry said. File it. And find me every historical reference to Hogwarts architectural modifications between the 10th and 11th centuries. Ragnar made notes. This was one of the things Harry appreciated most about their relationship. Ragnar never asked, are you sure, or is that realistic, or you're 11. He just made notes and moved forward. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. Ragnar looked up from his notes. Gringotts recently transferred an item to Hogwarts, Harry said. I know it was Gringotts because the security protocols involved are Gringotts specific. And I know what it is because Nicholas Flamel has been a Gringotts account holder since 1400-something, and the only thing worth this level of transfer security in a Flamel account is the stone. Ragnar set down his quill. He folded his hands. He looked at Harry for a long moment, with the expression he wore when he was conducting an assessment of whether what was happening was good business or bad business. You are going to be an interesting client for many years, Ragnar said. Yes, Harry said. The stone is at Hogwarts, Ragnar confirmed. Secured under protocols of Dumbledore's design, with Gringotts' involvement in the initial transport. A pause. There is ongoing concern, internally, that the security at Hogwarts is not optimal. Voldemort is going to try for it, Harry said. He needs a physical form. The stone would give him that. He tapped his composition book. He's already at Hogwarts. He's been there since the summer, I'm fairly certain. Possessing someone. Ragnar said nothing, which meant Harry's read was correct. I don't need to act on it yet, Harry said. I need to get there first, understand the terrain, establish myself. And then I deal with it. He looked at Ragnar steadily. I'm not going to let him have the stone. No, Ragnar said. I didn't imagine you would. They sat for a moment with the weight of it, the stone, the diary, the fragment in Harry's scar, the full map of it spread between them like the ledger it essentially was. A balance sheet of an ongoing war, being managed by an 11-year-old and a goblin in a basement office under a bank. One more thing, Harry said. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the envelope. The one addressed to Albus Dumbledore, personally, in Lily's handwriting, dated September 12, 1981. He set it on Ragnar's desk. My mother wrote this 6 weeks before she died, he said. It documents what she knew, what she feared, what she asked Dumbledore to promise regarding my welfare. He looked at the envelope. I've been deciding whether to use it. Whether to give it to him. And? Ragnar said. Not yet, Harry said. He doesn't know how much I know. That's a significant advantage and I don't want to spend it on a confrontation before I understand the full board. He looked up. But I want it documented that the letter exists, what it contains, and that I'm choosing to hold it. Ragnar took the envelope, opened a desk drawer, placed it in a file with Harry's name on the spine, and closed the drawer. "Documented," he said. Harry nodded. He started packing his books back into the backpack. The wand in his jacket pocket sat warm against his ribs, already familiar, already almost like another extension of his intent. Outside the office, he could hear the distant rumble of the mine carts on their tracks, the bank conducting its enormous daily business far below the city. "Ragnarok," Harry said. Thank you. For all of it. Everything since the beginning." Ragnarok looked up. The amber eyes were steady and clear as they always were. "We have an ongoing business relationship, Mr. Potter," he said. "One that is mutually beneficial." "Yes," Harry said. "And also that." Ragnarok held his gaze for a moment. Then he made a small, precise gesture that Harry had come to recognize, in 5 years of study, as the goblin equivalent of acknowledged and reciprocated. "Don't get killed at Hogwarts," Ragnarok said. "You owe me a quarterly review in December." "I'll be there," Harry said. He took the stairs up from Ragnarok's office at a good pace, 3 floors, emerging into the main banking hall where the scratch of quills and the clink of counted coin made their steady music. He crossed the floor without stopping. Through the great bronze doors, down the white steps, into Diagon Alley. The rain had stopped. The cobblestones were still wet and the sky was starting to break up, pale blue showing through the grey in strips. The alley had the washed, bright quality of a city after rain, cleaner, crisper, more itself. Harry stood at the bottom of the Gringotts steps and looked up the alley. He had a wand. He had a vault and a key and 5 years of work and a goblin who trusted him and a portrait of his mother in his backpack and a journal with his father's voice and a letter he was saving for the right moment and 3 composition books of notes and a scar that was quieter than it had ever been because his own signal was louder. He was as ready as he was going to be. He walked up Diagon Alley toward the leaky cauldron, through the warm post-rain light, and he didn't look back. Chapter 6, The Train, the Sorting. The look on his face. September 1st was a Tuesday, and it started with porridge. Harry made it himself, because he was up at 5:30 and the house was quiet and he wanted something warm before the day swallowed him. He stood at the stove and stirred and watched the grey pre-dawn light build slowly in the kitchen window and thought about nothing in particular, which was a skill he developed alongside the magical practice, the ability to be fully present in a moment without demanding anything of it. The porridge was good. He ate it standing at the counter. By 6, he had his trunk packed and waiting at the bottom of the stairs. It was a good trunk, proper leather and brass fittings, bought from a shop in Diagon Alley that dealt in luggage that was specifically designed for students, with a modest expansion charm on the interior that he'd paid extra for. Everything was organized. The books, the composition books, the vault key in its own locked interior compartment, the portrait crystal wrapped in protective cloth in a padded pocket he'd had added. James's journal, at the top where he could access it easily. At 7:30, Aunt Petunia came downstairs and saw the trunk and stopped in the hallway. Harry was in the kitchen with his second cup of tea and his composition book open, reviewing notes. He looked up. "The taxi's booked for 9:30, he said. "I'll be out of your hair by then." Petunia stood in the doorway. She was wearing her dressing gown, her hair not yet done, which was unusual. She was normally armored for the day by the time anyone saw her. She looked at the trunk by the stairs, then at Harry, then back at the trunk. "You booked a taxi," she said. "Yes." "To King's Cross?" "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. Harry watched her face do its complicated work, the thing it did when she was feeling something she hadn't consented to feel. "Platform 9 3/4, she said, finally. Barely above a murmur. Harry looked at her properly. "You knew about it?" "Not a question." She turned slightly, not quite looking at him. "Your mother used to talk about it," she said. "When we were young. Before all that." She stopped. Started again. She was so excited. "Every year." She'd come back and she'd talk about it and she stopped again. Harry set his tea down. He didn't say anything. He just waited. She loved it, Petunia said. Her voice was flat and the way things went flat when the emotion behind them was too large for the available volume. She loved all of it. The magic and all of it. A pause. I thought she was choosing it over us. Over normal. Over, she pressed her lips together. I said things I shouldn't have. The last time I saw her. I was unkind. Harry looked at his aunt, this thin, rigid, frightened woman who had fed him and housed him and denied him everything warm for 11 years and had done all of it, he now suspected, not purely from cruelty but from something much more complicated and much harder to be angry at. She knew you loved her, Harry said. She said so. In a letter she left me. Petunia looked at him sharply. She mentioned you, Harry said. She said you didn't understand each other but that it didn't mean you didn't love each other. That's what she said. He didn't know if this was entirely true. Lily's letter hadn't said exactly this. But the teaching notes had included a section that referenced Petunia obliquely, written with the careful precision of someone being honest about complicated things, and Harry had read between those lines and arrived at something that he believed was close enough to true to say. Petunia stood in the doorway for another long moment. Something in her face shifted, not toward warmth exactly, it had been too long and too much for warmth, but toward something slightly less defended. She was brilliant, Petunia said. Your mother. She was the most brilliant person I ever knew and I was jealous of her every day and I'm sorry for what that cost you. Harry looked at her. He thought about what Lily had written about cleverness and wisdom, about the difference between what you could feel and what you should do with it. Thank you for keeping me alive, he said. It wasn't nothing. I know it wasn't what either of us wanted, but it wasn't nothing. Petunia said nothing. She turned and went back upstairs. Harry picked up his tea. His hand was completely steady. King's Cross was loud and bright and smelled like coffee and diesel and the specific urgency of departures. Harry got a trolley, loaded his trunk, and moved through the station with the directional confidence of someone who had reviewed a map. Platform 9 was a solid brick wall between platforms 9 and 10. He walked at it without breaking stride, felt the familiar brief resistance and then nothing, the world shifted, the noise changed, and he was through. Platform 9 3/4 was magnificent. He'd read about it but reading about a scarlet steam engine and being 20 feet from one were categorically different experiences. The Hogwarts Express sat on the platform like a declaration, red and gold and massive, breathing steam in the cool September air, the platform around it dense with families and trunks and owls and cages and cats doing what cats did in crowds, which was make everything worse. The noise was tremendous. Harry stood for a moment and took it in. He found a compartment in the middle of the train, which was tactically better than the ends, central access, visibility in both directions. He stowed his trunk, settled his backpack, and sat by the window to watch the platform. He didn't have to wait long. The Weasley family arrived like a weather event, red-haired, loud, moving in a cluster that took up most of the available platform space. Harry counted 7 distinct shades of red hair and at least 4 distinct arguments happening simultaneously. The mother was directing with the energy of someone conducting an orchestra through a very challenging passage. Twin boys were levitating someone else's trunk. A girl with very long red hair was saying something emphatic to what appeared to be a ghoul in a basket. A tall boy with a prefect badge was navigating all of this with the specific dignity of someone who had accepted that dignity was aspirational in his family. And one more, the youngest boy, about Harry's age, standing slightly to the side of the main cluster. Round face, freckles, ink stain on his left hand, looking at the train with the expression of someone looking at something they'd been hearing about their whole life. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who was arriving somewhere everyone else had already been. The boy boarded the train and after a few minutes the compartment door slid open. Everywhere else is full, the boy said, which was clearly not true given that it was still 8 minutes to departure, but it was clearly also not quite the real reason. "Can I sit here?" "Yes," Harry said. The boy heaved his trunk up and sat down across from Harry. He had the comfortable sprawl of someone from a large family, the unconscious, unguarded posture of someone who had never had to be careful about taking up space at home. He looked at Harry, looked out the window, looked back. "Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." "Harry Potter." Ron's mouth did something funny. He caught it and controlled it, but not quite fast enough. "Right," he said. "Are you really?" "I mean, obviously you are," you said, the scar." "Yes," Harry said, and didn't touch it, because touching your scar every time someone asked about it would be, in the long run, exhausting. Ron absorbed this with the directness that Harry was already finding refreshing. "Mental," he said, but not unkindly. "My mum used to tell us about you. Bit like a bedtime story, actually. Harry Potter and, you know." He gestured vaguely at the general concept of Dark Lord defeat. "I was 15 months old," Harry said. "I didn't do very much." Ron laughed, genuine, slightly startled. "Right. Fair enough." He pulled something from his pocket, a squashed-looking sandwich. "Hungry? Mum always packs too much." "I'm fine," Harry said. "But thank you." Ron ate his sandwich with the comfortable lack of ceremony of someone who ate as a refueling activity rather than a social performance. Harry liked him immediately, in the way you liked people who were entirely without pretension about it. "How many brothers?" Harry said. Ron looked up. "How'd you know it wasn't sisters?" There were at least 4 older boys on the platform. The girl with the long hair was too young for Hogwarts. 5 brothers, Ron said. Charlie's in Romania with dragons, Bill's in Egypt with Gringotts. He paused. Actually, Bill's brilliant. The rest of them are, well, Fred and George are a menace, Percy's got the badge and won't shut up about it, and Charlie just left so I don't have, he stopped. Never mind. You don't have your own person, Harry said. Ron looked at him. Something like that, he said. 5 years older than everyone else's memories, Harry said. It's a specific feeling. Ron stared at him. How do you? I'm an only child with dead parents, Harry said simply. Different version of the same thing. Ron was quiet for a second. Then he said, yeah. Exactly like that. He held out the other half of his sandwich. You sure? This time Harry took it. The door opened again 40 minutes out of London, and Hermione Granger came in with her robes already on and her list in her hand and the air of someone who had been productive on the journey and wanted to ensure others had been too. I've been to see the prefects about the timetable, she said, sitting down without particular preamble, and apparently the practical session order is, oh, you're here, she said to Harry. Good. I wanted to ask you about the Gamp text. Ron looked between them. Do you two know each other? We met in Madame Malkin's, Harry said. Hermione, this is Ron Weasley. Ron, Hermione Granger. Hermione assessed Ron in about 3 seconds and said, You've got ink on your hand. Yeah, Ron said. There's a charm for that. Basic cleaning spell. I can show you if, I'm all right, Ron said, with the particular male dignity of someone who had made peace with having ink on their hand. Hermione sat down and opened the Gamp text. Chapter 3, she said to Harry. The principle he establishes about form and function, is that what you meant about intent? When you said it yesterday? It's adjacent, Harry said. The Gamp principle is about what you can and can't transfigure. The intent work I was describing is about why those limits exist in the first place. Hermione looked up. Her brown eyes were sharp and extremely focused. You're saying the limits are arbitrary? I'm saying the limits reflect the majority of magical practitioners' assumptions, not an objective ceiling. He said it carefully, not because he was uncertain but because it was a precise claim and precision mattered. There's a difference. That's a significant claim. I know. It's also my mother's research, which she spent 8 years developing and which is rigorous. Hermione absorbed this. Your mother was a researcher. She was the best magical theorist of her generation, Harry said, which he believed completely and would defend on evidential grounds. She was just killed before the work was published. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I'd like to read the research. I know, Harry said. I'll think about it. Ron was watching this exchange with the expression of someone watching a foreign language film without subtitles, not lost exactly, but aware he was missing context. What are you two actually talking about? The fundamental structure of magic, Hermione said. Right, Ron said. On the train. Is there a better place? Harry said. Ron thought about it. Fair enough. They talked for the rest of the journey. Not always all three of them, sometimes Harry and Hermione went deep into theoretical territory and Ron pulled out a chess set and played against himself, which he did with the absorbed intensity of someone who was genuinely, naturally brilliant at one specific thing. Harry watched him between sentences to Hermione and noted the way Ron built positions, not defensively, always aggressively, always 3 moves ahead on the attack. He had a tactician's instincts and didn't know it yet. About an hour from Hogsmeade, the compartment door opened a 3rd time. Draco Malfoy stood in the doorway with his 2 large companions, who had apparently remained large throughout the journey. He looked at Harry with the wary assessment from Diagon Alley, then at Ron with the specific quality of someone who had been taught to look at Weasleys a particular way. Potter, he said. Malfoy, Harry said pleasantly. Draco's eyes went to Ron. You want to be careful about who you make friends with, he said. Ron's chin came up. Harry put his hand on the chessboard with a small deliberate motion that had nothing to do with the chess pieces and everything to do with the fact that he wanted Ron to hold, just for a moment, before reacting. Malfoy, Harry said, still pleasant. I already told you I'd see you on the train. You did, and now you have. Was there something else, or is this a social call? Draco looked at him. He was doing the recalibration thing again. Harry could watch it happen, the way Draco arrived at each new encounter with a script and then had to revise the script when the script didn't apply. Slytherin's better than whatever you're going to pick, Draco said. Then we'll have interesting conversations about it across the Great Hall, Harry said. The sorting's tonight, so we'll know soon. The large boys behind Draco shifted. Draco looked at Harry for one more moment, and Harry looked back without any heat, without any challenge, simply back, and it was that simple quality of being entirely unimpressed that seemed to disconcert Draco more than any direct response would have. He left. Ron exhaled. You're very calm about things, he said. He's not dangerous, Harry said. He's performing. There's a difference. He's a Malfoy. I know his family's history, Harry said. He's still a 12-year-old on a train who wanted to make friends with me in Diagon Alley and doesn't know how to do it without performing. He looked at Ron. He'll be unpleasant about it. That doesn't make him dangerous. Not yet. Ron processed this. You say yet like he might become dangerous. His father's interesting, Harry said. In the wrong direction. Let's see who Draco turns out to be once he's away from his father for a while. Hermione was looking at Harry with the very direct attention she gave things she was still categorizing. You think about people like their problems to be solved, she said. Don't you? Harry said. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Yes, she said, with the honesty of someone who had found this fact about herself occasionally troubling. I do. Nothing wrong with it, Harry said. As long as you remember they're also people while you're solving them. The train began to slow. The boats across the Black Lake were cold and misty and extraordinary. Harry sat in his boat and looked at the castle as it emerged from the dark, towers and battlements and lit windows and the sheer physical fact of it, centuries of stone and magic, and felt something he didn't have a word for. Not awe exactly, he'd known it was coming, he'd seen illustrations, he'd read the descriptions. But knowing a thing and standing inside it were different, and Hogwarts was big enough that no description quite caught the scale. He thought, this is mine, too. This is where my parents walked. Then the boats scraped the shore and Hagrid's enormous voice directed them up the steps and the feeling receded into practicality, where it belonged for now. The entrance hall was everything the history said it was. Professor McGonagall was waiting, severe, precise, tartan-robed, with the exact bearing of someone who had conducted this procedure several hundred times and still considered it important. She gave the first years the standard address about houses and points and conduct, and Harry listened with full attention while also watching the room. The other students were reacting to the castle in the way people reacted to things that exceeded their preparation. A few had gone pale. Several were whispering. Neville Longbottom, who Harry had identified from the boat by the description James had given of Frank Longbottom, round-faced, kind, looks more worried than he needs to, was standing near the back and gripping his toad with the intensity of someone gripping a talisman. Harry moved through the crowd to stand beside him. "Neville," he said quietly. Neville startled. The toad made a noise of protest. "How do you, I'm Harry Potter. I knew your parents, not personally, but I know about them. Your dad was one of my dad's closest friends." He said it simply, without performance, because it was true and Neville deserved to have it said. "I just wanted you to know that." Neville stared at him. His throat moved. "I've heard about you," he said. "Everyone has," Harry said. "I'm told it gets less strange. The being known thing. Is it strange?" Neville managed. "Endlessly," Harry said. "Come on. We're going in." The great hall was all the history said it was and better, the candles, the enchanted ceiling showing the night sky, the 4 long house tables, the staff table at the top. Harry walked in with the other first years and looked at all of it and felt the specific pleasure of a map made real. He found Dumbledore immediately. The headmaster sat at the center of the staff table, of course he did, of course he sat at the center of everything, silver-haired and magnificent, robes of deep blue with silver stars, half-moon spectacles, the long beard, the expression of benevolent authority that Harry had been reading about for 5 years and was now reading in person for the first time. Dumbledore was watching the first year's file in with the particular attention of a man who was looking for one specific face. Harry saw him find it. Saw the blue eyes settle and assess and then, there it was, the thing Harry had been curious about, a reaction. Small, controlled, but real. Something in Dumbledore's expression shifted as he looked at Harry, and it was not the pure, warm welcome of a headmaster greeting a new student. There was something underneath it. Recognition, certainly. And beneath that, something that might have been calculation, or concern, or both, moving too fast to separate. Harry met his gaze directly. Held it for 2 full seconds. Gave nothing. Dumbledore's expression resettled into warmth. But the assessment had happened, and Harry had seen it, and that was the information. He looked away first, which was not deference, he simply had other things to pay attention to. The sorting hat sat on its stool. It cleared its non-existent throat and sang its song, which Harry listened to with genuine interest. It was an annual composition, apparently, and this year's version had a particular emphasis on unity that he suspected was not purely traditional. When it finished, Professor McGonagall called names. He watched the sortings with interest. Hermione, Gryffindor, immediately, the hat barely touching her head. Ron, Gryffindor, also fast. Neville, a long pause, the hat sitting on his head for nearly 2 full minutes before calling Gryffindor, and Neville's relief was visible from across the room. Potter, Harry. The hall went very quiet. Harry walked up to the stool without hurrying. He sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Darkness, and then a voice in his ear, dry, old, amused in the way very old things were amused, having seen enough to find most things gently funny. "Well," the hat said. Now then. Hello, Harry thought at it. A pause that felt like pages turning. My. You're not what I was expecting. Though what I was expecting, the hat seemed to catch itself. They've all got opinions about you, haven't they? What do you think? I think sorting people at 11 is interesting methodology, Harry thought. But I understand you've been doing it for 1,000 years, so presumably you've thought about the methodology more than I have. A sound that might have been laughter. Generous. Let me see, there's courage here, plenty of it, but it's not the performing kind. Cunning, certainly. Considerable cunning. Loyalty, deep, to the people who've earned it. And this, the hat sounded genuinely interested now, this drive to understand. To know. Above everything. That's not common. That's quite rare, actually. Harry waited. Ravenclaw would use you well, the hat said. Slytherin would be interesting. But you already know, don't you? You already know where you're going. My parents were Gryffindor, Harry thought. My godfather. My mother worked her entire life on something difficult and important without recognition and without stopping. That's the quality I respect most. Put me where that quality lies. A pause. Then, warmly, definitively, with the voice pitched loud, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to McGonagall with a nod, and walked to the table, sitting next to Hermione, who slid along the bench to make room. Good, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. Ron was grinning across from him. Neville looked like someone who had received the specific piece of information his nervous system had been waiting for. At the staff table, Harry didn't look at Dumbledore again. He didn't need to. He knew what he'd seen. The feast was magnificent and Harry ate with the straightforward appreciation of someone who had been making do on Dursley leftovers for 11 years and had feelings about good food. He talked to Ron about Quidditch, to Hermione about the timetable, to Neville about herbology, which Neville lit up about in the way people lit up about things they loved but rarely got to talk about with anyone who was actually interested. Percy Weasley stopped by as prefect to give them the standard welcome to Gryffindor speech. Fred and George Weasley stopped by immediately after to tell them to ignore everything Percy had said. Harry watched all of it. He noted the teachers, Flitwick, beaming, Tiny, Sprout, dirt on her robes, clearly having come from the greenhouses, McGonagall, watching her new charges with the focused appraisal of a chess player evaluating new pieces. And Snape, at the far end of the table, black-robed, dark, watching Harry with an expression that was not Dumbledore's complex calculation but something raw. Something personal. Harry looked at Snape calmly. Snape looked back. Neither of them acknowledged it further. The man had history with his parents. Harry knew enough to know the shape of it without knowing all the details. He reserved judgment. He would see how Snape behaved before deciding what to make of him, because people were more than their histories, and Harry believed that even about people who were clearly going to be difficult. After the feast, Dumbledore stood and gave his start-of-term notices. His voice was warm and exact and entirely comfortable with the attention of 400 people. He wore authority the way some people wore good coats, completely naturally, without any effort to adjust. At the end, Dumbledore looked out over the hall. His eyes moved in a way that was very controlled, and then they found Harry, and held. Welcome, Dumbledore said, still addressing the whole hall, to Hogwarts. And to those of you coming for the first time, a pause that was a fraction of a second too long, we are very glad you're here. Harry held the gaze without expression. He picked up his pumpkin juice and took a measured sip. Then Percy was leading the Gryffindors out of the hall, and they were moving up the staircases that moved, past the portraits that talked, toward Gryffindor Tower and the password and the common room, round and warm and gold, with armchairs by the fire and the sound of older students settling back into routine. Harry stood in the middle of the common room and looked at it. Students moving past him, finding seats, having reunions. The fire crackling. Someone had left a book open on a chair by the window. Through the narrow window, the grounds were dark and the lake was darker. Ron appeared at his shoulder. "All right?" "Yes," Harry said. "You?" "Starving," Ron said. "How was that meal not enough?" "Growing boy," Harry said. Ron laughed. They went up to the dormitory, 5 beds, 5 trunks, Harry's nearest the window because he'd been first up and had picked it on purpose, the window giving a view of the grounds and a slice of lake between the trees. The other boys arrived in groups, Ron, then Neville, then 2 more, Seamus Finnegan, Irish, with a tendency toward explosive magical incidents that he'd mentioned cheerfully 4 times in the context of accidental magic, and Dean Thomas, tall, artistic, with a West Ham pennant he was negotiating wall space for. Harry unpacked the things he needed for the morning. Set his composition book on the bedside table. Put the wand on top of it. When the others were settled and the conversation had subsided and the dormitory was in the comfortable quiet of people transitioning toward sleep, Harry opened the journal very briefly. "First night," he wrote. "How's the common room?" James wrote back. "Warm. Good fireplace." "Of course it is. It was always the best common room, regardless of what Sirius used to claim about Gryffindor sentimentality." A pause. "How was the sorting?" "Gryffindor." The writing was quiet for a moment. Harry could almost feel the weight of what James was holding before he wrote it. "Your mother would have been pleased," James wrote. "She'd have also said it doesn't matter and that you'd be fine anywhere." Both would have been true. "I know," Harry wrote. "Dumbledore?" "He looked at me like he was calculating something and then put it away. He'll be careful." "Be more careful," James wrote. "I always am," Harry wrote back. He closed the journal, put it on the bedside table next to the composition book, lay back in his bed which was far better than his mattress in the cupboard, and looked at the canopy overhead. Tomorrow, classes. Snape. The practical business of being at Hogwarts. Somewhere in the castle was a vault room protecting a philosopher's stone. Somewhere in the castle was a possessed professor walking around with a piece of the Dark Lord at the back of his skull. Somewhere in the castle was a corridor that led, eventually, to a trapdoor. He knew about all of it. He was ready for all of it. He put it away for the night. The fire in the dormitory grate had burned to low red coals and the room was warm and dark, and the castle settled around him with the sounds of an old building exhaling, and Harry James Potter lay in his first proper bed in 11 years and closed his eyes. He slept immediately and deeply, the way people slept when they were finally somewhere they were allowed to be. Chapter 7, What Hogwarts Teaches and What It Doesn't. The first week of Hogwarts had a rhythm to it, and Harry found the rhythm quickly. Breakfast at 7:30, then classes through the morning. Lunch. Afternoon classes. Dinner. The evenings were his, and the evenings were when the real work happened, not the assigned reading, which he'd largely done 2 years ago, but the deeper work, the integration of what he was learning in class against what he already knew, looking for the gaps and the contradictions and the places where the official version of something and the true version didn't quite line up. There were more of those places than he'd expected. Not because Hogwarts was dishonest, it wasn't, mostly. But teaching magic to 11-year-olds required simplification, and simplification required decisions about what to emphasize and what to set aside, and those decisions reflected assumptions about what magic was and how it worked that Lily's research had comprehensively challenged. Harry noticed every one of them. He didn't correct the professors in class, because that would be tedious and achieve nothing. He made notes. He talked to Hermione about them in the library, where she had staked a permanent claim on a specific table near the window and approached the difference between her understanding and Harry's with the focused intensity of someone who found intellectual challenge genuinely enjoyable. "The incantation isn't causing the magic," Harry said, on the third evening, keeping his voice down because they were in the library and Madame Pants had the hearing of someone who had spent decades listening for the sound of a page being folded. "The incantation is describing the magic. It's a description that becomes a request." Hermione's quill had stopped moving across her parchment. So the incantation could theoretically be anything, in any language, as long as the caster understood what they were requesting? In principle, yes, Harry said. In practice, the standardized Latin-derived vocabulary has become so embedded in the magical tradition that departing from it introduces ambiguity, and ambiguity is the thing you most want to avoid. But you do it wandlessly, Hermione said. Which is entirely without incantation. Which means I have to be more precise about my intent, not less. He turned his quill over in his fingers. It's harder, not easier. The incantation is like training wheels. Useful when you're learning because it forces you to articulate what you're asking for. Hermione wrote something, looked at it, crossed it out, rewrote it. Your mother really figured this out. She did most of it, Harry said. I'm doing the last bit. The applied part. Can I see the teaching notes? Harry had been expecting this question for 3 days. He'd been thinking about the answer for 3 days. Not yet, he said. Not because I don't trust you. Because the framework is incomplete and I don't want it filtered through another person's interpretation before I'm done with my own. Hermione looked at him. She was, he'd found, extremely good at not being offended by honest answers that most people would have softened. Fair, she said. When you're done. When I'm done, he said. She went back to her parchment. Harry went back to his, which was an essay for Transfiguration on the theory of material alteration that was supposed to be 2 feet long and was currently running to 4 because once he started he kept finding things to add. The library was quiet around them, the kind of library quiet that was actually full of small sounds, pages, quills, the occasional sigh, the creak of the building. Comfortable. Harry had claimed Hogwarts library in the same way he'd claimed the section of flourish and blots, by walking through it systematically, noting what was where, filing it for later. The restricted section was interesting but not urgent. He'd get there. Charms was on Thursday morning, and Flitwick was everything Harry had hoped, small, precise, enthusiastic about his subject in the way of people who had been enthusiastic about the same thing for decades and found it inexhaustible. He bounced slightly on his heels when he was making a point he liked. He called Harry Mr. Potter, in exactly the same tone he called everyone else, which Harry appreciated. The lesson was Wingardium Leviosa. Making a feather float. Harry watched the demonstration, watched the wrist movement, listened to the explanation of the specific swish and flick motion and how it directed the charm's intention. He picked up his wand, felt its familiar warm responsiveness, and considered. The standard approach was to practice the wrist motion, practice the incantation, get the pronunciation right, and work toward the spell through repetition. This was sound pedagogy and he didn't dismiss it. But he was curious about something specific, whether the wand's focus would clean up the precision on a slightly different route. He looked at his feather. He articulated clearly in his mind what he was asking: rise, controlled, specific height. Then he said, quietly, Wingardium Leviosa, and let the wand carry the intent rather than generating the intent through the wand. The feather lifted smoothly to about 18 inches and held there, steady as a word written in still air. Flitwick made a small sound across the classroom. Harry let the feather down. Around him, everyone else was still in the wrist flick phase, feathers not yet moving or moving erratically. Ron was muttering the incantation with the focus of someone giving a password to a bouncer. Hermione had her hand up already. Mr. Potter, Flitwick said, appearing at his shoulder. The little professor was looking at the feather, then at Harry's wand position, with the expression of someone noticing something that didn't fit the standard pattern. Again, if you please. Harry did it again. Controlled lift, controlled hold, controlled descent. Flitwick's brow furrowed interestedly. Your wand position is unorthodox, he said. You're not using the full swish. The swish and flick generates the directional component, Harry said, keeping his voice low and conversational, not lecturing. If the intent is already directionally specific, the swish becomes redundant. Flitwick stared at him. Where did you learn that? I worked it out, Harry said, which was mostly true. Flitwick looked at him for a moment, then at the feather, then back. Something in his expression had shifted from the standard teacher encountering able student response to something more interested, the way it shifted when you found something you wanted to think about further. "Come see me after class," he said. Harry nodded. After class, while the other students filed out, Flitwick led Harry to the front of the room and placed a more complex object on the desk, a small brass sphere, sitting inert, about the size of a snooker ball. "Not a lesson," Flitwick said. "Just curiosity. Move that for me." Harry looked at the sphere. Moving a feather was one thing, mass, material, resistance were all minimal. Brass was different. He considered the problem properly, which was his instinct, not to rush, not to show off, but to actually think about what he was doing before he did it. He thought about what moving meant, precisely. Not lifting, the sphere was dense enough that lifting required a different approach. Horizontal displacement. He identified the specific intent, lateral shift, controlled distance, precise terminus. Then he moved the sphere 3 inches to the left, no incantation, and it went exactly 3 inches and stopped. Flitwick sat down. "I see," the little professor said, very quietly. He was looking at Harry with the expression that Ollivander had used, something between professional assessment and something more personal. "Your mother." Harry looked at him. "I taught her," Flitwick said. "She was the most exceptional charm student I had in 30 years of teaching. She came to see me in her 6th year about a theory she was developing, about intent-based magic, about the gap between incantation and actual magical action." He paused. "I told her it was very interesting and that she should be careful about overreaching." A pause with something rueful in it. "I was wrong to add that last part." "She kept working on it," Harry said. "Obviously she did." Flitwick looked at the brass sphere. "How long have you been practicing wandlessly?" 5 years. 5, he stopped. "You're 11. I was 6 when I started," Harry said. "I had good material to work from and a lot of time." Flitwick was quiet for a moment. "I won't make this difficult for you," he said finally. "I won't tell you to slow down or to conform. What I will tell you is that there are things the formal curriculum teaches that the self-taught approach misses, and they matter. Structure. The history of why spells evolved as they did. The failure modes that took centuries of practice to document." He looked at Harry directly. "You're ahead in application. You're not ahead in structure." "I know," Harry said. "That's why I'm here." Flitwick looked at him for a moment with something that might, in a less reserved man, have been warmth. "Same time next week. After class. We'll work on the structural pieces." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Professor." He picked up his bag and went to Transfiguration. McGonagall was everything the histories said she was. She transformed her desk into a pig at the start of class, which Harry had read about and still found impressive in execution, the clean, complete nature of it, no residual deskness in the pig whatsoever, and the pig looking entirely at ease with its existence. She explained the theory of transfiguration in precise, no-nonsense terms and began them on turning matches into needles. Harry did his in 4 minutes and spent the remaining time of that exercise watching what everyone else was struggling with. The issue for most people was the same issue. They were trying to force the match to become a needle rather than describing the needle clearly enough that the match had somewhere to go. The distinction mattered. He turned the needle back into a match, transformed it again, this time all the way to a sewing needle with an eye and correct threading capability, and McGonagall appeared at his desk with the expression she wore when something exceeded her rubric. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Professor," he said. She picked up the needle. Examined it. Set it down. "The threading eye is not in the curriculum until 3rd year." "I thought about what a needle actually was," Harry said. "A needle without an eye is just a sharp metal stick." McGonagall looked at him for a long moment with the specific quality she reserved for things that required her to recalibrate. "See me after class," she said. He was collecting a lot of after-class appointments. He noted this without concern. McGonagall's after-class conversation was shorter than Flitwick's and more direct. She put a teacup on her desk and said, "Transfigure it into something more complex than a cup." Harry thought about it. He transfigured it into a small bronze lantern with a working hinge on the door and a candle inside, lit. McGonagall sat back in her chair and looked at it. "Your father," she said, and it wasn't quite the same tone she used for most things, something slightly softer at the edges of the precision. "He was a natural. Exceptional instinct. Terrible for methodology, which always frustrated me." She looked at Harry. "You're not the same as him." "No," Harry agreed. "You're more like her in this regard," McGonagall said. Lily was meticulous. She wanted to understand the why of everything before she did the what. A pause. "I hear she left research behind." "Yes. And you've been working from it." "Since I was 7. McGonagall did the slight recalibration thing. Then she said, "Right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to move you to a different year group, because that would attract attention and would also mean you'd miss the formal methodology sequence that you genuinely need. What I will do is give you access to the upper year transfiguration texts from the library, which requires a staff signature." She signed a library note and handed it to him without ceremony. "You'll stay in class," she said. "You'll do the set work at the level it's set. I'm not asking you to hide your ability, I'm asking you to be useful to the people around you rather than simply ahead of them. Help Neville Longbottom. He understands the theory but his execution is suffering from confidence issues that have nothing to do with his competence." "I noticed," Harry said. McGonagall gave him a look that was not quite a smile but was in the direction of one. "Of course you did." She folded her hands. "One more thing, Mr. Potter. I knew your parents well. I was fond of both of them. If you need anything, and I mean anything, not just academically, my door is open." Harry looked at her. This was a different offer from Flitwick's, more personal, more open. He appreciated both equally and in different ways. "Thank you, Professor," he said, and meant it. Potions was Friday morning, and Snape's reputation preceded him with the specific quality of bad weather that everyone could see coming. Harry walked into the dungeons with Ron on one side and Hermione on the other. The classroom was cold and slightly damp and smelled of ingredients that were interesting individually and somewhat alarming in combination. Jars lined the walls. The desks were stone-topped. The whole room had the atmosphere of somewhere that took itself seriously. Snape swept in without preamble or ceremony. He was every inch the description James had given over the years: black robes, black hair, a face built for expressions of contempt, with eyes that were flat and dark and assessed everything with the quality of someone tallying debts. He called the register. When he reached Harry's name, he paused, the same beat that everyone paused on Harry's name, but the thing underneath Snape's pause was different from most people's. There was history in it. Old, complicated history that Harry could feel without being able to fully map. "Potter," Snape said. "Present," Harry said, in exactly the same tone he'd used for every other name on the register. Snape looked at him. The assessment was frank and not friendly. Harry looked back with the same polite neutrality he'd been maintaining since the feast, and Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, not with hostility exactly, but with the look of someone who had expected a specific reaction and hadn't gotten it. Then Snape launched into his introduction to potions, which was, whatever else you said about the man, excellent. His knowledge was profound and his passion for the subject was real, it came through the contempt and the theater, unmistakable. Harry listened with complete attention and took careful notes. The questions came. Snape was doing what Harry had been told Snape did, targeting Harry specifically, rapid fire, in the manner of someone who expected either ignorance or arrogance and was prepared to punish either. "Potter." Snape's voice was flat and precise. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" The class went quiet. "The draft of living death," Harry said. One of the most powerful sleeping potions known. The combination specifically produces a cataleptic state because asphodel's soporific compound bonds to wormwood's neural dampening agent at a ratio that overwhelms the standard magical counteragents used in most standard-issue renovate preparations. He paused. The historical formulation called for a longer steeping time, but Libacious Borage revised the method in 1947 to get a consistent result with a shorter brew. The silence in the classroom was the specific silence of a room recalibrating. Snape looked at him. Not with the satisfaction of someone who'd caught Harry out, and not with the hostility of someone being shown up, but with something more complex, the expression of someone encountering something they needed to file before they knew how to respond to it. "Where did you read Borage's revised method?" Snape said, which was not the intended follow-up question. "His collected papers are in the Gringotts reference library," Harry said. "I had occasion to use it." Another beat of recalibration. "Bezoar," Snape said, pivoting. "What is it and what does it do?" "A stone found in the stomach of a goat," Harry said. "Antidote to most poisons. The mechanism is absorption. The stone's mineral composition binds to a broad spectrum of toxic compounds before they can be processed. Not effective against purely magical poisons, only those with a biochemical component." "Monkshood and wolfsbane," Snape said. "Same plant, different names." "Aconitum. Used in the wolfsbane potion, which is an extraordinarily complex brew designed to preserve the mind of a werewolf during transformation. The critical phase is the final 24 hours of brewing, where the temperature regulation determines whether the potion achieves the correct alkaloid profile." The class was entirely still. Snape looked at Harry for a long, measured moment. The calculation behind his eyes was visible, Harry was close enough to see it, and he watched it without either triumph or anxiety, just watched, the way he watched everything. "1 point to Gryffindor," Snape said, which was not what Harry had expected. Not the explosion. Not the direct confrontation. A measured, minimal acknowledgement that contained within it a clearly communicated subtext: "I have assessed you and I have not yet decided what to do with what I found." Harry nodded and wrote it down in his notes as if it were any other class moment. Snape moved on. The lesson continued. Halfway through, while they were beginning work on a simple calming draft, Snape drifted past Harry's workstation with the movement of a teacher monitoring student work. He looked at Harry's chopped ingredients, precise, consistent, each piece the same size. "Your preparation is acceptable," Snape said, quietly enough that only Harry heard it. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Snape moved on without further comment. But when he paused at Ron's station 2 desks down and pointed out, sharply, that Ron's cutting technique was all wrong and would ruin the consistency, Harry watched Ron's jaw tighten and gently, without drawing attention, repositioned Ron's knife angle with a small gesture that Ron caught and corrected without looking up. Snape, moving away, did not visibly notice this. Harry suspected he did notice. After class, Ron said, "He's awful." "He's hard," Harry said. "There's a difference." "He went after you." "He went after who he expected me to be," Harry said. "When I wasn't that, he adjusted." "He'll do it again, he'll test me again. But he's not actually going to punish me for knowing things." "He punished Neville for not knowing things," Hermione said, with feeling. That was true. Snape had been cutting about Neville's cauldron, and Neville had gone quieter and quieter until he was practically vibrating with contained distress. Harry had noticed. "I'll work with Neville this afternoon," he said. "The issue with his potions isn't knowledge or technique, it's that he's afraid to make a mistake, and being afraid to make a mistake is the most efficient way to make one." Hermione looked at him. "How do you fix that?" "You don't fix it," Harry said. "You give him a safe environment to make mistakes in until the fear converts to experience." He looked down the corridor. "Also, Snape's going to be Snape all year. The answer isn't to avoid Snape's attention, the answer is to make the attention not matter." "Easier said," Ron said. "Yes," Harry agreed. Everything useful is. The second week brought the flying lesson, which brought Neville off his broom and onto the ground at speed, which brought Draco Malfoy to pick up Neville's remembrall, which brought Harry into the air after it. He hadn't planned to go. He'd been watching the lesson with genuine interest. Brooms were a different relationship with magic than anything else he'd practiced, the broom's own enchantment creating a collaborative dynamic rather than a purely directed one. He'd been thinking about how that collaborative dynamic worked when Draco had said something cutting about Neville and picked up the remembrall and risen into the air with it, and the specific calculation in Draco's face as he looked at Harry had been its own kind of challenge. Harry had looked at the challenge for approximately 2 seconds and then mounted his broom. He flew on pure instinct the way he did most things, not thinking about it but meaning it, the broom responding to his intent with a directness he found immediately satisfying. He was quick in the air, quicker than Draco, and when Draco threw the remembrall he went after it with every scrap of concentrated intent he had and pulled out of the dive about 4 feet from the ground with the ball in his fist. He felt brilliant. He didn't show it. He landed, handed the remembrall back to Neville, and turned to find McGonagall bearing down on him with an expression he couldn't parse. "Potter," she said, with the crisp focus of someone who had made a decision very quickly. "Come with me." He followed her inside. She led him to a corridor off the entrance hall, where an older boy was waiting, tall, broad, with the easy confidence of someone who played a sport well and knew it. "Oliver Wood," McGonagall said, "meet your new seeker." Wood's face did something magnificent. "Professor, he's a first year, he caught a falling remembrall in a dive that would test most of our older players," McGonagall said, with the calm of someone whose mind was already made up. "First years don't normally get to play, but I want the cup, Wood, and this is the best natural flyer I've seen since James Potter." Harry looked at Wood and found him already looking back with the specific intensity of a Quidditch captain assessing an asset. "Can you do that again?" Wood said. "Which part?" Harry said. "All of it. The dive, the recovery, yes," Harry said. Wood turned to McGonagall with the expression of someone who had received a gift they didn't quite know what to do with. "He's in," he said. That evening, Harry sat in a common room with his composition book, adding a new section. He wrote at the top, "Observations, Week 2." He wrote about Flitwick, about the structural gaps in his self-teaching that the professor was already starting to address. He wrote about McGonagall, about Snape, about the specific quality of each of their teaching styles and what it implied about their approach to magic. He wrote about the flying lesson, noting that broom magic operated on collaborative rather than directed principles, which had interesting implications for the boundary between a wizard's magical signature and an enchanted object's own resonance. He wrote about the castle itself, the way it felt, the specific texture of its magic, old and layered and paying attention. He wrote about the third-floor corridor, which was off-limits in Dumbledore's announcement and therefore obviously relevant to the stone, and which he'd walked past twice already, feeling the quality of the wards on the door without touching them. He wrote about Quirrell. The defense against the dark arts professor was, in person, a walking contradiction. He stuttered and fumbled and wore a purple turban and jumped at loud noises, and everything about him performed extreme nervousness in a way that Harry found precisely too coherent. Real nervousness was inconsistent. Real nervousness came and went depending on stimuli. Quirrell's nervousness was so comprehensive and unvarying that it had the texture of a costume rather than a state. And there was the scar. Every class with Quirrell, Harry's scar gave a small, specific pulse, not painful, just present. A note of recognition between the fragment in his forehead and whatever was occupying the back of Quirrell's skull. Harry had been expecting it from Ragnarok's intelligence assessment, but expecting it and feeling it were different, and the feeling gave him more information. It wasn't Voldemort at full strength. It was barely coherent. It needed the stone specifically because it was barely coherent, it needed a body, a real restoration, and it needed it before it degraded further. There was a desperation in the pulse that Harry recognized because he'd read about it in the historical records. Voldemort had always been at his most dangerous when cornered. He wrote, "Q is a vehicle. The occupant is weakening. The timeline is the end of the year, probably exams period, when the castle is most distracted. The third floor is the staging area. I need to understand the obstacle course before then. He closed the composition book. Ron dropped into the armchair across from him, chess set under his arm. Game. Harry put the composition book away. Set it up. Ron won the first game in 22 moves. Harry had been learning the board while losing. He won the next 2. Ron looked delighted rather than deflated. You're quick, Ron said. You lost on purpose the first time. I was learning how you play, Harry said. That's cheating. That's information, Harry said. Set it up again. Ron set it up again, grinning. They played 3 more games, trading wins, while the common room settled into evening around them, older students doing homework, someone's radio playing Celestina Warbeck quietly, a small argument near the fire about whose turn it was to go up for more pumpkin juice. Hermione appeared at Harry's shoulder. She looked at the chess board, then at Ron, then at Harry. You're playing chess, she said. Apparently, Harry said. I thought you were working. I was, Harry said. Now I'm playing chess with Ron. Hermione sat down in the third armchair, opened a book, and read for 5 minutes. Then she looked up and said, Can someone explain the rules? I've never actually played. Ron looked at her with the expression of someone being handed a gift he hadn't expected. Yeah, he said, already rearranging the pieces. I can do that. Harry watched Ron explain chess to Hermione with the genuine enthusiasm of someone who loved something and had found someone new to love it with, and felt something settle in his chest, something about the 3 of them, the specific shape of the 3 of them in the common room firelight, that was the right shape for what was coming. He let himself feel it without examining it too closely. Hermione lost the first game in 11 moves and pulled out a notebook to document what she'd done wrong. You don't document a chess game, Ron said, laughing. I document everything, Hermione said, already writing. Harry smiled and looked back at the fire. 3 weeks into term, the troll happened. Halloween. The feast. Quirrell's entrance running with the specific theatrical calibration of someone making a scene rather than having one, the fainting, the announcement, the chaos. Harry clocked it instantly. Quirrell was creating cover, diverting attention, buying time for something. He looked at Hermione's empty seat. He looked at Ron. She's in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor, Harry said, already standing. He knew because he'd watched Hermione leave the feast 40 minutes ago in the direction of the 2nd floor corridor, upset about something Ron had said about showing off, which Harry had already made a mental note to address with Ron later. Troll's probably been directed there. Ron was already up. How do you, later, Harry said. They went. The troll was in the bathroom. It was enormous and it smelled and it was methodically destroying everything in its path. Hermione was backed into the corner between a sink and the wall, beyond screaming, beyond anything, entirely still in the way people went still when their body had decided that stillness was the only available option. Ron grabbed a tap and threw it. The troll turned. Harry walked to the center of the room, wand out. The troll was 12 feet tall and armed with a large club and had a brain approximately the size of a walnut, which meant its threat was significant and its threat assessment was not. He looked at it with the same calm he brought to everything, not bravery as performance, just the practical business of understanding a problem. He said, with complete clarity of intent, Immobulus. No flick, no swish, wrist barely moving, every scrap of precision concentrated in the single word and the intent behind it. The troll stopped. Not frozen in the movie sense, slowed, significantly, its movements becoming the underwater movements of something whose nervous system had received a very clear instruction to pause. Then he looked at Hermione. Can you move? Hermione made a sound and moved. Ron was staring at the troll, which was still trying to move but at roughly 1/10 speed. What did you just, that's a 5th-year spell, come on, Harry said. The teachers are going to be here in 30 seconds and we need a story that doesn't involve explaining the Immobulus. He lowered the wand. The troll, now that the immediate danger was past, lurched back toward full speed, got confused about where it was, stumbled backward into the sink bank, and sat down heavily in a pile of broken porcelain. When McGonagall arrived 30 seconds later with Snape and Quirrell, Harry noted, whose pulse of recognition hadn't fired at all during the whole incident, because Voldemort wasn't paying attention to trolls, he was paying attention to whatever else he'd been doing while the troll was a distraction. The troll was sitting in rubble looking confused, and Harry and Ron and Hermione were standing to one side. The story was simple. They'd heard Hermione was in the bathroom, they'd gone to find her, they'd distracted the troll, it had knocked itself out on the sinks. Broadly true. Snape looked at Harry during the story with the flat dark assessment of someone who knew the actual story was more complex. He said nothing. McGonagall docked them 5 points each for being out of the dormitory and gave them 5 points each for sheer nerve, which Harry appreciated for its precision. Quirrell was watching the troll. Harry watched Quirrell. Later, walking back to the common room, Hermione was quiet for a while. Then she said, very carefully, "That wasn't a Wingardium Leviosa." "No," Harry said. "How did you do it?" He looked at her. He'd been thinking about this, about how much to tell her, about what the right moment was for the conversation about his mother's research, about how much to let in and when. Hermione Granger was the sharpest person he'd met at Hogwarts. She was meticulous and honest, and her instinct for theory was excellent. She was also the kind of person who would take incomplete information and run too far with it, and he needed to give her the full context rather than a piece of it. "Not tonight," he said. "But soon. I'll tell you everything soon." She looked at him. She had an expression he was coming to recognize, the one where she was deciding whether to push and choosing not to. "All right," she said. Ron had been quiet the whole walk back. At the portrait hole, he stopped and said, "Harry." Harry turned. Ron looked at him with the honest, uncomplicated directness that was his particular quality. "You always know what's going on," he said. "Like, always. The thing with the troll, you knew before I did. You always know." "I pay attention," Harry said. "Yeah," Ron said. "But it's more than that." He wasn't accusing. He was just observing, the way he assessed a chessboard, from the position of someone who wanted to understand how the game actually worked. "One day you're going to tell me what it actually is. The more than that part." Harry looked at his friend, this warm, loyal, tactically brilliant, utterly genuine person who had been his friend for 2 months and who Harry would, he knew with considerable certainty, trust with his life. "One day," Harry said. "Yes." Ron nodded, satisfied with this, and gave the fat lady the password. The fire in the common room was warm and the chess set was where they'd left it, and the castle was quiet around them. Harry sat in his armchair and opened his composition book and wrote for a while, then closed it and stared at the fire. Quirrell was moving faster. He'd felt it tonight, a heightened quality to the pulse from his scar, something that was gaining urgency. Whatever Voldemort was planning, the timeline was tightening. Harry had what he needed. He had the terrain. He had the people. He had 5 years of preparation and a wand that fit him perfectly, and his mother's research and his father's instincts, and a goblin in a bank basement who was rooting for him. He was ready. The fire popped and settled. He closed his eyes for a moment and thought, "Mom. I'm going to need the 3rd layer of the intention lattice. The love ward principle. I think I know what it means, and I think I'm going to need it before the end." He opened his eyes. He picked up the composition book and turned to a fresh page and started writing. Chapter 8, The Stone, the Man, and Everything. He knew the first day of June was warm and clear, and Harry spent it in the library. Not working on exams. Exams were the following week, and he'd been ready for exams since March, which had caused Hermione a specific kind of distress that was half admiration and half genuine competitive anxiety. He was working on something else. He had 3 composition books open on the table and Lily's teaching notes beside them, cross-referencing, building the final piece of a framework he'd been constructing since September. The love ward principle. He'd told his mother, the crystal, the portrait, about his theory 3 weeks ago, during a Sunday morning conversation in the dormitory while his roommates were at breakfast. He'd laid it out carefully, the full shape of it, the way it connected to the Horcrux fragment in his scar, the specific mechanism he believed would separate the fragment without destroying the host. Lily had been very quiet for a long time after he finished. Then she'd said, "You're right. And then, you're 11 years old." "I know," Harry said. "I want to be angry about it," she said. "The fact that you've had to think about this at all. I want to be very angry." "You're allowed," Harry said. "I'm a portrait," she said, with the specific frustration of someone who had thought of this argument themselves. "I don't get to be angry on your behalf in any way that changes anything. That's the worst part." A pause. "The mechanism is correct. You'll need one modification, the intention needs to be held for longer than you'd think. Not a burst. A sustained hold. Like a note rather than a strike." Harry had written it down. He'd also, in the weeks since, been watching Quirrell degrade. It was visible, if you knew what to look for, and Harry had known what to look for since October. The turban sat differently, adjusted more frequently, the head movements more careful. The stutter, which had always been performance, became less consistent. There were moments when Quirrell forgot to stutter, moments when he moved across the classroom with a fluid economy that was nothing like his usual shuffling, moments when he turned to write on the board and something in the set of his shoulders was entirely wrong for the person he was performing. Voldemort was getting worse, not better. The fragment in Harry's scar told him so. That pulse, which had been occasional in September and regular by Christmas, was now constant. Low, insistent, like a tone you couldn't unhear once you'd noticed it. The stone was still in the 3rd floor. Harry knew this because he'd been careful, methodical, and patient about knowing it. He'd mapped the obstacles over the course of the year the way he mapped everything, in pieces, through observation and reading and 2 very specific conversations with nearly headless Nick about the castle's history that had yielded more information than Nick had realized he was giving. Fluffy the 3-headed dog, which belonged to Hagrid. The Devil's Snare. The enchanted keys. The troll, different from the Halloween troll, a mountain troll, which could be stunned. The chess set, specifically Professor McGonagall's chess set, large scale, combat style. The logic puzzle with the potions. He knew all of it. He'd known most of it since February. What he'd been doing since February was thinking about whether to go. The thinking was complicated. The obvious move was to tell someone. Tell McGonagall, she'd believe him, she was sharp enough to assess what he knew and trust the source. Tell Dumbledore, which was a different calculation entirely. Dumbledore already knew Voldemort was in the castle. Harry was fairly certain of this. Dumbledore was monitoring the situation, running his own timeline, working his own plan. The Philosopher's Stone was, in Dumbledore's framework, bait. And Quirrell was walking into the trap on the schedule Dumbledore had anticipated. The problem with this analysis was that Dumbledore's trap assumed Quirrell would be stopped by the obstacles. Harry had worked through the obstacle course in his head 100 times. Fluffy, music, any music, simple. Devil's Snare, light and heat, also simple. The keys, required a flyer, which Quirrell wasn't, but Voldemort possessing Quirrell would give him access to a different kind of motivation, and motivation was sometimes a substitute for skill. The chess set was the meaningful barrier, but the chess set could be brute-forced by someone willing to sacrifice pieces without care for their welfare, which Voldemort absolutely was. The logic puzzle could be solved by anyone with basic reasoning skills, which Voldemort had in abundance. The only genuine barrier in Dumbledore's obstacle course was the mirror. The Mirror of Erist. Harry had read about it. Dumbledore had hidden the stone in the mirror, using a specific enchantment that meant only someone who wanted to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. A brilliant piece of work, and Harry respected it. But Voldemort, in Quirrell's body, wouldn't retrieve the stone from the mirror. He'd try another way. He'd try to use Harry, if Harry were there, use the connection between the scar fragment and the main soul, use it to force Harry to retrieve the stone on his behalf. Dumbledore's plan had a hole in it. And Dumbledore wasn't there. Harry had checked. Dumbledore had left Hogwarts on the evening of June 1st, an urgent ministry summons that had the specific quality of something arranged rather than genuine, which Harry had noted when he'd seen Dumbledore sweeping across the entrance hall with a traveling cloak and the expression of someone who was doing what he'd expected to do on this exact day. He'd been watching for it since April. So, tonight. Quirrell would move tonight, with Dumbledore gone, on a timeline that Voldemort had been building towards since September. Harry would be in position before Quirrell reached the stone, because Harry had been in position in his head since February and the physical execution was the easy part. He closed the composition books. Packed them in his bag, stacked them neatly. He pulled out the journal. Tonight, he wrote. James was quiet for a moment. When the writing came it was slower than usual, more deliberate, the letters forming carefully rather than leaning forward in their usual rush. Tell me you're ready. I've been ready since February, Harry wrote. I've been waiting for the right moment. That's not the same as telling me you're ready. Harry looked at the page. He thought about what ready actually meant, not as a strategic assessment but as a true thing. I know what I'm going to do, he wrote. I know how it works. I know what the risk is. I know how to mitigate the risk. I know what happens after. He paused. I'm scared. That's all right. Scared is information. A longer pause from James. Then, your mother used to say that. I know, Harry wrote. I read it in the teaching notes. Harry. Yes. Be careful. Always. That's not what I mean, James wrote. I mean, be careful with yourself. Not just with the plan. After Quirrell, after the stone, after all of it, don't let them make tonight into a story before you've decided what it means to you. It's yours first. Before it's anyone else's. Harry held his hand flat against the page. Pressed it there for a moment. I know, he wrote. I'll come back and tell you everything. He put the journal in the bag in his trunk, and went to find Ron and Hermione. They were in the common room, Ron beating Hermione at chess again, which she was documenting with the focused frustration of someone who believed documentation was the path to improvement. Harry sat down in his usual armchair. He looked at them both. He'd been thinking about this too, since February. Whether to bring them. The honest analysis was that the chess set required Ron. There was no one better at chess in the school, possibly in the country. Harry had stopped being surprised by Ron's chess ability sometime in October and started just being grateful for it. And Hermione's knowledge of Devil's Snare, specifically her calm under pressure combined with her botanical knowledge, was faster and more reliable than Harry working alone. But they were his friends, and the risk was real, and Harry had been managing his own risks for 5 years without anyone to be accountable to. Bringing people he cared about changed the calculation in ways that were not purely strategic. He'd thought about this a great deal. He'd thought about what his mother wrote, be kind, be fierce. He'd thought about what James had said about being careful. He'd thought about Ron's chess and Hermione's knowledge and the specific, tested quality of the friendship the three of them had, built through months of library sessions and troll incidents and late-night chess and every small honest thing they'd said to each other. He'd thought about the fact that they deserved to choose. I need to tell you both something, Harry said. Ron looked up from the chessboard. Hermione looked up from her notes. What? Ron said. Everything, Harry said. All of it. The vault, the journal, my mother's research, Ragnarok, the stone, Quirrell, what's been happening all year and what I think happens tonight. The real version. All the parts I've been keeping to myself. He looked at both of them steadily. It's going to take a while. And at the end of it I'm going to ask you if you want to come with me tonight, and I need you to know the actual situation before you decide. Ron put down his chess piece. Hermione set down her quill. They both looked at him with the specific quality of people who have been waiting for a door to open. Right, Ron said. Tell us. He talked for 90 minutes. He told them everything, the floorboard, the key, the journal. James's voice and Lily's research and Ragnarok and the discrepancy claim and the emancipated minor status and 5 years of monthly vault visits and 4 composition books of notes. He told them about Lily's teaching notes and the portrait crystal and what the love ward principle was and how it related to the scar. He told them about the Horcruxes, what they were, how many, where he thought they were. He told them about Quirrell, about the pulsing recognition he'd been feeling since September, about Dumbledore's planned absence tonight and what it meant. He told them about the obstacles. All of them, in detail, from his mental mapping of the 3rd floor. He told them what he planned to do in the final room. When he finished, the common room was nearly empty. The fire had burned lower. Hermione had filled 7 pages of notes, which she'd stopped being embarrassed about around the 30-minute mark. Ron was very quiet. Then, your mum made a portrait of herself in a crystal. Yes, Harry said. And your dad's voice is in a journal under your mattress right now. In my trunk, yes. Ron sat with this. That's incredible. That's, Harry. He stopped. Started again. You've been doing all this since you were 6. By yourself. In that house. Mostly, Harry said. Ron looked at him with the specific expression Harry had learned to recognize, the one where Ron was feeling something larger than what he was about to say but was choosing the smaller version because the larger one was too much for a common room. You should have told us sooner, Ron said. I know, Harry said. I'm telling you now. Hermione looked up from her notes. Her eyes were bright in the way they got when she was feeling something she was also processing intellectually. The love ward principle, she said. The sustained hold, that's what you're going to use in the final room. Yes. And if the fragment in your scar responds to it the way you think, it separates, Harry said. Not destroyed. Separated. The fragment detaches from the scar and becomes a distinct, separate piece, which can then be destroyed by the Gringotts corrosive the way the others will be, Hermione finished. She looked at her notes. You've thought about this completely. Yes. And you're sure? Yes. She set down her quill. Then I'm coming, she said, in the tone she used for conclusions. Ron looked at Harry. Devil's Snare needs her plant knowledge. Chess set needs me. Yes, Harry said. Ron nodded. Then that's that, he said. When do we go? Midnight, Harry said. Fluffy is asleep on a schedule. Hagrid's been playing his flute at 10 every night since March. I've been listening for the pattern. He'll still be out at midnight. Ron's mouth curved. You've been listening for the dog's sleep schedule. I've been listening for everything, Harry said. The corridor was quiet at midnight, the castle breathing its old breath around them, torches in their brackets throwing warm unsteady light. Harry went first, then Ron, then Hermione, moving with the specific quiet of people who had decided to do something and were not going to waste energy being nervous about it. The door to the 3rd floor corridor was warded but not against students who were already past the point of caring about detention. Harry felt the ward as he passed through it, simple, primarily designed to deter the casually curious, not resistant to deliberate entry. He walked through it. Fluffy was asleep. All 3 heads, out cold, mouth slightly open, snoring with the enthusiasm of something very large that had no idea it was supposed to be guarding something. From the corner, Hagrid's enchanted flute played softly on its own, filling the room with the same slow tune it had been playing every night. Harry, Hermione, and Ron moved around the enormous sleeping form to the trapdoor, which Harry opened with a single clean motion. The darkness below was deep. Devil's Snare is below, Harry said quietly. Don't fight it. Hermione, I know, Hermione said, and dropped in. They followed. The devil's snare was immediate and comprehensive, the tendrils reaching and wrapping with the efficient enthusiasm of something that had been waiting for company. Harry felt it close around him and did not struggle, did not panic, did not fight, let his body go loose and his breathing stay even and thought warmth, thought light, let both radiate outward from him in the sustained way Lily had described. The tendrils retreated. Hermione had conjured a bright light nearby, the plant pulling back from both sources simultaneously, and Harry and Ron dropped through the gap. The key room was exactly as he'd mapped it. 1,000 keys, every size, every color, all wings, filling the air like a living constellation, and one door with a lock, and a set of brooms. Harry took a broom. He was in the air before either of them had fully processed the room, moving through the chaos of flying keys with the same ease he'd brought to the Quidditch pitch, relaxed, quick, reading the movement of the flock the way you read a crowd, looking not for the key but for the right key, the one that was flying differently because it had been used before, its wings slightly bent. He saw it in 11 seconds. Caught it in 4 more. Dropped down. Unlocked the door. Show off, Ron said, not unkindly. Chess set next, Harry said. The chess room was very large and very cold, and the pieces were the size of actual people, carved from white and black marble, standing at their positions with the patient immovability of things that had been waiting for a game worth playing. Ron stood at the edge of the room and looked at it for exactly 3 seconds. Then he said, "I've got this," in the tone of someone who had been born for a specific moment and recognized it when it arrived. Harry and Hermione stood at the side as Ron walked to the white side's knight and said quietly, "I'm taking this one." He mounted the knight and turned to look at the board with the focused precision that Harry had watched across 100 games in the common room, that specific stillness, the look of someone who was seeing 20 moves ahead and enjoying what they saw. "Harry, you're the bishop. Hermione, you're the other rook." He pointed. "I'll be directing. Do what I say exactly when I say it. Don't hesitate." The game lasted 9 minutes. Ron was extraordinary. He sacrificed pieces with the clean ruthlessness of someone who understood that chess was not a game where everyone survived, who kept the endgame in sight through every exchange. When it came to the moment that Harry had known was coming, the moment that required Ron to sacrifice himself, to take a piece and take the counter-hit, Ron looked at Harry and said, very simply, "Checkmate's 2 moves from here after this. You go." "Ron, Harry." Firmly, completely, with the same quality as when he'd sat down across from Harry on the train and offered his sandwich. "This is me, this is what I can give, it's not complicated. Go." Harry looked at him for 1 second. "Then, I'll come back." "I know," Ron said. He turned to the Black Queen and moved. Harry ran. The potion room was everything Hermione had anticipated and one thing she hadn't. Quirrell had already been through it. The troll was already unconscious on the other side of one door, which told Harry everything about the timeline. Quirrell was already past this point, already at the mirror. Hermione solved the potion puzzle in 4 minutes, which Harry watched her do with genuine admiration, the way she moved through the logic with a focused clarity that had nothing to do with showing off and everything to do with someone who had spent their life genuinely loving the act of reasoning. She handed Harry the smallest bottle. "There's only enough for one," she said. "I know," Harry said. She looked at him with the expression she'd worn since September, the one where she was still categorizing him but the category kept expanding beyond what she'd prepared for. "Come back," she said. "I'm planning to," Harry said. He drank the potion. The door opened. The final room was very dark and very quiet, and the mirror of Eriste stood in the center of it, facing the door. Quirrell was standing in front of it. He wasn't stuttering. There was no stutter here, no performance of nervousness. He was standing with his back to Harry, hands clasped behind him, looking into the mirror with the focused attention of someone trying to understand something they couldn't reach. The turban was still on. The room was cold in a specific way that had nothing to do with temperature. Harry walked into the room and didn't slow down. "I wondered how long it would take," Quirrell said, without turning. His voice was different here, the nervous flutter entirely gone, replaced by something flat and precise. I could feel you coming since the key room. Then you know why I'm here, Harry said. Quirrell turned. The face was Quirrell's face, but the expression on it wasn't. It was too still, too ancient, with the particular quality of something very old wearing something not quite its own size. The eyes were not Quirrell's eyes. The Potter boy, the thing said. I've been watching you all year. You're nothing like what they said you were. No, Harry said. I'm not. He walked to the mirror and stood in front of it. The mirror showed him the vault. James and Lily standing on either side of him, the vault's torchlight around them, all three of them together. It was the image that expressed his deepest want, not the stone, not power, not victory. This. He stood with his back straight and looked at the image and felt the truth of it and then gently, deliberately, set it aside. Not repressed, acknowledged, felt, filed. He was here for the stone, and wanting the stone without wanting to use it was exactly what the enchantment required. Something small and warm materialized in his pocket. He put his hand in his pocket without looking. The stone. Quirrell was watching him. Give it to me, the thing said. No, Harry said. You're 11 years old, Quirrell said, and the contempt in the voice was Voldemort's contempt, layered with centuries of it. You're in no position to. I'm the only person in this room in a position to do anything, Harry said. You can't take it from the mirror. You can't take it from me. And you're running out of time. Something moved in Quirrell's face. I'll kill you, the voice said. You'll try, Harry said, with complete calm. You tried once and it didn't work. Quirrell moved. Harry was already moving, not away, toward, which was not the instinct anyone expected, and it was precisely the instinct Lily had described in the teaching notes, the principle that the love ward principle required proximity, required the connection to be direct and real. He grabbed Quirrell's arm. Quirrell screamed. The contact was immediate and specific, pain for Quirrell, or for whatever was in Quirrell, the skin blistering where Harry's hand touched it in a way that wasn't fire, wasn't force, was something else entirely. Harry held on. He held the sustained note. Not a burst, a note. Lily's instruction, clear and precise in his head. He held the specific intent that the teaching notes described as the love ward principle active, not harm, not attack, not defense. He held the fullness of what he'd felt reading the letter in the cupboard, what he'd felt hearing James's voice for the first time, what he'd felt looking at Lily in the crystal, what he'd felt when Ron said checkmate's 2 moves from here, you go. He held all of it, sustained, clear, not a weapon but a truth, and the truth was that he was loved and love was what he was made of and that was harder than any spell. The scar fired. Not the small pulse of recognition he'd been feeling all year, a full response, the fragment in his forehead recognizing the principle being applied and responding to it the way Lily had predicted, the way a sleeping thing woke when you disturbed it. He felt it move. A specific, almost physical sensation, like something loosening a grip it had been holding since he was 15 months old. He held the note. Quirrell collapsed. The room went quiet. Harry stood in the silence with his hand open at his side, breathing. The stone was in his pocket. His scar was burning but differently, the burn of something separating rather than something pressing in, a clean pain with an end to it rather than the endless dull pressure of before. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. The man was alive, barely, but alive, and Quirrell the person was perhaps more present in this moment than he'd been all year, the possessing presence diminished to something barely coherent, a thin smoke without a direction. Voldemort, in this moment, was only the fragment. The body was dying. The fragment was separated. Harry could feel where it had gone, somewhere in the air of the room, between him and the mirror, untethered. He opened his composition book. He had brought it, because he brought it everywhere, and because he'd known he might need the specific instruction he'd written there 3 weeks ago in Lily's lesson. He found the page. The separated fragment requires a corrosive application, the Gringotts solution will work at proximity. Ragnarok has prepared the he reached into his pocket. The small sealed vial Ragnar had pressed into his hand 2 months ago, during a vault visit that had run long and ended with Ragnar saying, simply, "Take this. I hope you won't need it. I believe you will." He opened the vial. He held it in the air in the direction of the untethered fragment and said, "Now." The solution in the vial did not disperse or spray. It moved with a directed, specific intelligence that was the product of Gringotts' 2,000 years of working with magical objects and knowing exactly what needed to be unmade and how to unmake it. The fragment, that 40-year-old piece of torn soul, made in a moment of absolute harm, came apart. The room was very quiet after. Harry put the vial away. He looked at the mirror. His image looked back at him, James and Lily, the vault, the three of them together. He let himself look at it for a real moment. Not a stolen glance. A full, honest, unguarded look at the thing he wanted most. Then he turned away and walked toward the door. He woke in the hospital wing. Not gradually, all at once, in the way you woke when you've been deeply, thoroughly unconscious and the body decided it was done. White ceiling. The smell of something medicinal. Sunlight through windows. The specific quiet of a room where someone is trying not to make noise. He turned his head. Dumbledore was sitting in the chair beside his bed. Not the Dumbledore from the Great Hall, not the public Dumbledore in robes with stars and expressions arranged for an audience. This Dumbledore was older, or maybe just less managed, the blue eyes were very direct, the hands folded without performance in his lap, the half-moon spectacles slightly lower on his nose than usual. He looked at Harry with an expression that Harry could not immediately categorize, and Harry spent a half-second on it before deciding to let Dumbledore speak first. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Professor," Harry said. "How are you feeling?" "Awake," Harry said. "How are Ron and Hermione?" "Both well," Dumbledore said. "Ron is in the hospital wing down the hall. He woke this morning. Hermione is in the library, which tells me she is completely recovered." A pause. "They told me what happened." Harry waited. "They told me a great deal," Dumbledore said. "They told me about the obstacles, the chess game, the potion room." Another pause. "They also told me you went into that room knowing exactly what you were going to do." "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment. "The stone has been destroyed," he said. "Nicholas has been informed. The fragment that was in your scar is gone. You are," he stopped. "Madame Pomfrey tells me your scar has changed. The magical signature at the site is clean." "I know," Harry said. The quality of Dumbledore's silence changed. Harry watched it change, watched the man absorb this and sit with it, and beneath the absorbing saw the thing he'd been looking for since September, Dumbledore recalibrating. Not panicking. Not angry. Recalibrating, the way brilliant people did when something exceeded their model. "You knew about the scar fragment," Dumbledore said. Not accusatory. Careful. "Yes," Harry said. "How long?" 3 years. Dumbledore was quiet. "And the stone?" "You knew about the stone before, since before school started," Harry said. "I knew it was at Hogwarts before I arrived. I knew about the obstacle course by February. I knew you'd arranged your absence for the 1st of June specifically because Quirrell's timeline made it the most likely night." He held Dumbledore's gaze directly. "I knew you were watching the situation. I knew you had your own plan." He paused. "Your plan had a hole in it." "The mirror," Dumbledore said, quietly. "Voldemort would have used my scar connection to reach through the mirror via me," Harry said. "He wouldn't have retrieved the stone himself. He'd have retrieved it through the link. Your enchantment on the mirror was designed against someone wanting the stone for themselves, not against someone using a proxy who didn't want it." The silence was very complete. "I see," Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him with an expression that was, and Harry registered this with something that wasn't quite satisfaction, was more specific, more complicated, genuine uncertainty. Not the managed, strategic uncertainty of someone who was performing humility. Real uncertainty. The expression of someone whose model had been exceeded and who was honest enough to know it. "You're 11 years old," Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry said. "I know." "Harry." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "I have to ask you something, and I want to ask it honestly. How much do you know about what I've done? In regard to your situation. The vault. The guardianship." Harry looked at him. He'd been thinking about this conversation since he was 8 years old. He'd prepared for it the way he prepared for everything, in detail, from multiple angles, with the full map of what he knew and what he intended to say and what he intended to keep back. He'd revised the plan 4 times in the last year. But sitting here now, in the hospital wing, with Dumbledore looking at him with that expression, with that genuine, unmanaged uncertainty, Harry set the prepared version aside. He reached into the bedside table drawer, where Hermione had apparently put his backpack while he was unconscious, because of course Hermione had made sure his bag was here. He opened it. He found the envelope. For Albus Dumbledore, personally. September 12, 1981. Lily's handwriting. He placed it on the bed between them. Dumbledore looked at it. He looked at it for a long time. His expression did something complicated and very personal that Harry wasn't sure he was supposed to see, and he looked away briefly to give it room. When he looked back, Dumbledore picked up the envelope. "She wrote this," Dumbledore said. "It was not a question. 6 weeks before she died," Harry said. "She was asking you to promise specific things. You never received it. I've had it for several months." He let the silence sit for a moment. "I want you to read it. I want you to understand what she asked for and what she would have wanted." He paused. "And then I want to have an honest conversation. Not about what you thought was best for me. About what was actually done and what needs to be different now." Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes behind the half-moon spectacles were very direct. "You've known about the vault since you were 6, Dumbledore said slowly. "Yes. Gringotts," he said. "The discrepancy claim." "Yes," Harry said. "The emancipated minor petition." "Yes. The letter to the Department of Magical Records." Harry looked at him. So Dumbledore had known about the letter. Of course he had. "Yes," Harry said. "You've been," Dumbledore stopped. He looked at the envelope in his hand, then back at Harry. "You've been building a record," he said. "For 5 years. Against me." "Not against you," Harry said. "For myself." He held Dumbledore's gaze. "There's a difference. I've never filed anything adversarially. I've never tried to expose or damage you. Every single action I've taken has been specific to establishing my own rights and managing my own affairs." He kept his voice level. "I'm not your enemy, Professor. I'm also not your instrument. I'm not anyone's instrument." The hospital wing was very quiet. Dumbledore sat with this for a long time. Long enough that Harry could hear the sounds of the castle outside, distant voices, the creak of old wood, the ordinary sounds of the world going about itself. "I made choices," Dumbledore said finally, "that I believed were right." "I know," Harry said. "And some of them were wrong." "Yes," Harry said. "Some of them were wrong. Not because your intentions were wrong. Because you made them without me." He looked at the older man. "I was 6. I couldn't consent to them. I understand that. But I'm 11 now, and I'm an emancipated minor, and I've been managing my own affairs for 5 years, and going forward you need to talk to me. Not around me, not for me. To me." Dumbledore looked at Harry Potter, this 11-year-old in a hospital bed with a clean scar and steady eyes, who had walked into the most dangerous room in the school knowing exactly what was there and what to do about it, who had broken a piece of the darkest magic of the age with the principle from his dead mother's research, and said nothing for a long moment. Then he said, "You're very like her." Harry looked at him. "I know," he said. "I've spent 5 years making sure of it." Dumbledore turned the envelope over once in his hands. "Will you give me time to read this?" "Yes," Harry said. "And then we'll talk. Properly." "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore stood. He moved toward the door with the careful movements of someone carrying something heavier than an envelope, which he was. At the door he paused. "Harry," he said. Harry looked at him. "Quirrell is alive," Dumbledore said. "He'll recover. Whatever remains of the possession has ended." A pause. "He's not a bad man. He was afraid, and fear made him reachable. It's a lesson worth remembering." "I know," Harry said. "I never thought he was bad. People aren't usually bad. They're usually afraid." Dumbledore looked at him with the expression that had become familiar over the course of this conversation, the one where Harry exceeded the model and Dumbledore was honest enough to show it. "Good night, Harry," he said. "Good night, Professor," Harry said. The door closed. He sat in the quiet hospital wing and pulled out the journal. "I'm awake," he wrote. "It's done." The response came quickly. The writing was warm and unsteady, the letters wider than usual, like James had been holding something a long time and was now releasing it. "Tell me everything." Harry smiled. He pulled the blanket up and settled back against the pillow and started writing, all of it, every detail, the chess room and the potion room and the final room and the love ward principal working exactly as Lily had described and the stone and the fragment and the vial from Ragnarok and Dumbledore's face when he understood what had happened. He wrote for an hour. When he was done James wrote, "I wish I could have seen it." "You did see it," Harry wrote. "You've seen all of it. You've been with me every step." Harry. "Yes. I'm proud of you. I need you to know that I'm so incredibly, completely proud of you." Harry held his hand flat against the page for a long time. Then he turned to a fresh page and wrote, in the careful small handwriting he saved for things that mattered, "I know, Dad. I know." He closed the journal. He reached into the backpack and found the crystal. Lily's face in the warm light of the hospital wing, looking at him with those green eyes. "You heard?" Harry said. "I heard," Lily said. "The love ward held." "It held," he said. "Good." Her voice was very quiet. "How's your scar?" He touched it. The skin was smooth. The burning was gone. Not the scar itself, it was still there, still the shape of a lightning bolt. But whatever had been pressing against it from the inside for 11 years was gone, and the absence was the cleanest feeling he'd ever had. "Clear," he said. Lily smiled at him from inside the crystal, and it was the smile from the photograph in the vault, the one that was too large for the face, the one that came from somewhere so genuine it was almost uncomfortable to look at directly. "Well done," she said. "Both parts. The plan and the other thing." "Dumbledore?" Harry said. "Not confronting him," Lily said. "Talking to him. There's a difference. I spent too long doing the first one." Harry thought about that. "He's going to be difficult," Harry said. "Going forward. He's going to keep wanting to manage things." "Yes," Lily said. "But he'll do it in the open now. That's different. That's manageable." She looked at him. "You've done something very hard tonight that most people never do, you've made someone powerful look at themselves honestly. It doesn't fix everything. But it changes the shape of everything." Harry nodded. Outside the window the sky was turning from black to the very dark blue that came before dawn, stars still visible but the light beginning to build. "I need to sleep," he said. "Sleep," Lily said. He wrapped the crystal and placed it in the bag. He lay back. He thought about Ron down the hall, recovering, the best chess player he'd ever seen who had moved his own piece into the Black Queen's path without hesitating. He thought about Hermione in the library, probably already compiling notes about everything. He thought about the vault and the key in the trunk by his bed and the 4 composition books and everything built and planned and executed over 5 years of quiet mornings and late nights and monthly visits underground. He thought about a 6-year-old in a cupboard, pulling up a loose floorboard. He thought, look where that led. The sky outside continued its slow turn toward light. The castle settled around him, old and enormous and completely indifferent to the enormity of what had just happened within it, the way old places were. They'd seen too much to be impressed, but they held it all, stone deep, in the patient archive of things that had been real. Harry James Potter, 11 years old, emancipated heir of the Potter family, son of James and Lily, closed his eyes. He slept. And in the morning, which came gold and ordinary through the hospital wing windows, with the smell of breakfast from the great hall and the sound of the castle waking up to another day, he was still himself. Entirely, completely, unambiguously himself. That was everything.